What's up? What's happening? Okay. What's happening? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Oh, let's see. Rumble's acting funny. I may have to move the Rumble stream. Rumble's acting funny. Let me see. Salute. What it do? Yeah, lotion time, man. Definitely, man. I left that shit in the dang. I left that shit in my other pants, man. All that shit is upstairs. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get loaded up, man. With my chapstick, everything, man. Hey, um, yeah, man. Got a great show for you guys tonight. A great show for you guys tonight. Great show for you guys tonight, man. Um, great show. Salute to everybody watching on Rumble, man. Yeah, man, definitely, man. I can't wait either, man. I just made it. I literally just made it down here, man. Um, just made it down here. Yeah. Whew. It's a lot of stuff I've been saving on Instagram that I wanted to show you. It's a lot of stuff people been sending me that I want to show you. I haven't had a chance to because the way the show is organic. So the show kind of flows the way it flows, and it rarely like goes the way I think it's gonna go. It rarely goes the way I think it's gonna go. But salute my man in 8 ways, man. In 8 ways in the building, man. Getting the ball rolling, man. God, dog. These dishwashing hands, man. I remember when I was a kid, they used to say dishwashing hands was soft and so. Man, dishwashing hands are dry and ashy, man. Dishwashing hands are dry and ashy, man. What the hell they even talking about? My daughter's still up, man. Ain't that some shit? She's still up. Are you coming on tomorrow night? Yeah. Come in. Yes. Hold on. Hold on, man. Hold on. Yeah. We back, man. What's up, Rob? What's happening? What's up, Rob?
Got done watching last night's show, man. That was a good show, man.
Well, thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Man,
you.
your kid's adorable, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She's I don't know what she's doing still up, man. This is insane, man. It's every night, man. It's like she like Johnny Carson, man. She
Oh man, that's just how they are.
no, man. God. But I mean, I'm trying, man. I'm trying to get her to sleep
my daughter
earlier.
my daughter was my daughter was the same way, man. Like I used to have my daughter like I remember my ex's her uncle bought us like a $800 like cherry wood crib and shit. And my daughter never slept a night in it, dude. Like she would not fall asleep in it. I had to drive her. Yeah, I had to drive her out in the car seat. The car ride would put her to sleep, and I would just click the car seat out the little base in the car, and she would just sleep the rest of the night in that shit. But yeah, we had like
Yeah,
a $800 cherry wood fucking crib that the kid never slept in.
yeah, that's how it was, man. Used to have to definitely used to have to take her to sleep in the
Mic check, mic check.
Aaron stepping his game up. Aaron with the $5 cash app, man. He been sending the $1 cash apps for a minute, man. Salute to Aaron, man. Reverend Green, who are you?
Hey, what's good, man? I've been watching the show for a minute. I used to go by the name Colorado Wilson.
You say what?
I said I've been watching the show for a minute. I used to go by the name Colorado Wilson.
Oh, I don't remember that either, but go
Yeah, I've
ahead.
been rocking with you for like 3 years, man.
Oh
Mm.
Uh,
man, salute, man.
yeah. You and
Salute.
Osa got on me one time, man. Y'all kicked me off the show talking about I was red pill.
Oh
What?
really? Oh wow.
Y'all double teamed on the brother. I had to take
What
Oh
do
my.
you mean
really?
red pill?
Man, I don't want to get into it, man. They hurt my feelings, man. They had me feeling weird.
Oh
But
really?
these guys are red pill.
Nah. They're saying like,
You
man,
talking
nah.
about females? You talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
girls
female,
doing that?
female.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Or
Y'all went in on me. You and
like
Osa double team me.
manosphere
Yeah,
shit or
yeah,
what?
yeah. And I wasn't even
Oh yeah, I
doing
know
that.
shit about
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Hey, Ag, real quick, man. Fisherman and High Black had me in tears on what they were
Oh
talking
yeah.
about that sister interview. I was dying when they talked
Yeah,
about the cylinders on on a thousand infants. God,
yeah, yeah, definitely, man. Hey, listen, man, it's for real. Nothing they said was inaccurate, man.
unfortunately, no.
Yeah, unfortunately, but yeah, we got a great show tonight, man. It's a lot I want to get into, man. It's so much going on, man. Like, I mean, it's like, damn, man. They work. These Sun folk work you to death, man. Like, they don't give you a break.
Yo, they got these anchors running around overtime.
Yeah, man. Damn, Sun community, give me a break, man. I had some stuff that I wanted to do, but then I had to fucking regroup and redo
Right,
the
right.
show and switch the narrative and all types of shit.
Yeah. Yo,
Um,
I like what you said about organic though. We go with the some man takers, you know? That's how it
yeah,
is.
man. Go with
Hey,
the something and
Redfield,
take it.
where are you from? If you don't mind me asking. You got Red Pill, Reverend.
Reverend, hey, nah, I'm from the East Coast, bro.
You from like New York or you from Philly?
Not, nah, North Carolina, man.
Oh, okay. It's not that fucked up over there, right?
Man, it depends where you're at, cause Durham's pretty rough. High Point, Winston Salem, like it just depends where you're at, man. It's sunny
Mm,
everywhere.
mm.
Yeah, the sun, man. Listen, man. We all under the gun of the sun, man. It is
Sun
what it is.
shines all over the world, man.
Salute the Lord Cringe, man. Salute the Lord Cringe for becoming a member, man. Let's go ahead and get started, man. This is out of Norfolk, Virginia.
3 strikes and you're out. That is the basis of a controversial education bill currently in the General Assembly. It calls for an automatic suspension for students who repeatedly disrupt class. But advocates say it'll harm certain groups of students a lot.
Of course it will.
And what students are those?
Wow, I mean,
Just
The
the darker
Tigers.
ones.
It's got to be the Tigers.
you just can't make this stuff up, man. Like they're more racist than any fucking conservative they claim to be racist. This is racist. What they're doing, what they're saying right here. This is if by their bastardized version of racism. What she just said right now is fucking racist.
3 strikes and you're out. That is the basis of a controversial education bill currently in the General Assembly. It calls for an automatic suspension for students who repeatedly disrupt class. But advocates say it'll harm certain groups of students a lot more than others. Investigative reporter Chris Horn has more on the uproar. Chris?
A civil rights attorney told me this is a bill with provisions unlike any other state in the region and possibly the entire country. The problem centers on the definition of nonviolent disruptive behavior and whether this proposal would have a disproportionate effect on Black, special needs, and other minority student groups.
Black special needs. So they're lumping in with the special needs.
And
It's like they're already admitting that the black kids can't behave. They're already admitting it.
That is
well,
crazy.
and they're lumping them in with the retards.
I just said that. Yeah, that's fucking nuts.
Crazy, man. This shit is.
Well, they got the grades to prove it.
This shit is.
There's 100 real quick.
Hey, I made bad grades too. Fuck you. Say nah. Yeah, I'm a Sun man though, man. I'm a whole Sun man, man. I ain't shade of it, man. But damn, like this shit is sad, man. And listen, man, not for nothing, man. I acted up in class and I did the non-violent. Like I wasn't throwing desks at the teacher, no shit like that. But I was disrupting class, man, and having fun in class. Class was party time, man. So like, yeah, man. This stuff.
Their version of nonviolent is he picked up the desk, but he didn't throw it.
he threw it against the wall.
Anybody, you know?
He threw it against the wall.
Yeah. He threw it, and the teacher ducked, and it missed her. So everything's cool now.
Hey, it's the only way he knows how to express himself.
No victim.
Victim is crying.
A civil rights attorney told me this is a bill with provisions unlike any other state in the region and possibly the entire country. The problem centers on the definition of nonviolent disruptive behavior and whether this proposal would have a disproportionate effect on Black, special needs, and other minority student groups.
I read through the bill and I'm like, oh my God, this is horrible.
Student and family advocate Cheryl Poe says Virginia already has a law where students who have violent or self-harming behavior can be removed from the classroom.
But then it adds an extra piece of nonviolent behaviors that they can be considered disruptive to the classroom. Well, the definition of disruptiveness is vague.
A State Department of Education study under the Northam administration found that Black students are already 4 times more likely to be suspended than white students.
and we thank God we've done a whole live stream on that not too long ago. You know, you guys hit one if you remember the live stream we did on that. I think what was it, like a month ago?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. So we you guys should be well versed in that, man. Well versed in all that stuff.
I still think it's the school to prison pipeline personally though.
Yeah, man. Of course. What else could it be?
It will have a extreme disproportionate impact on primarily lower socioeconomic African American students, Latino students, and white students.
Both Poe and Howard say the legislation doesn't take into account the unique circumstances of students with special needs.
You have students who are coming to schools with housing insecurity, food insecurity. They're not stable. Many of these children have disabilities.
Further, the
The
proposal
problem is the kids that are causing a lot of the troubles have on a $400 belt and a $300 pair of jeans and a $60 baseball cap and a $200 book bag and a $800 cell phone.
And the problem is the parents aren't
Damn.
sending them to therapy or getting them some kind of like
Well,
psychological help if they got
well,
problems.
Oh,
and the ones that are suffering from food insecurity and all that, they actually get comfort from school.
Yeah,
Because
they get
that's
fed
the
at
one
school.
thing in their life that is the same every day.
Mm.
Yeah,
They're
routine.
not causing all these disruptions in class.
Some of them are.
Some is a small amount, man, compared to the most.
Well,
Like,
I don't know
Yeah.
that I could say either way, but I guess.
I mean, I like it's, man. I'm telling you, bro. In some of these schools, all right. So, like, I swear, in the black community, a lot of people aren't diagnosed with shit. Like, no one believes in going to a therapist or going to psychologist. Like a lot of people go into school and they got problems and they just disrupt the class
So
and they're
do
not
you
diagnosed with anything.
so do you think that an individual who's willing to unload an automatic gun into a crowd, do you think therapy can help them?
Hey, I ain't say I can help them. I'm just saying, like, if you can get them early, that's the same thing I'm saying. Like, if you can recognize stuff early with kids, like labeling ADHD and all these other problems, and get
So
them.
you think ADHD or whatever has an element on the violent nature of these dudes, or can play a role in it?
I can only speak on an anecdotal note, man. Like, I'm ADHD as shit. Like, I was one of those kids that was a class clown, but the one thing that was good about me is I wasn't a dummy. I was smart. I just finished my work early and I would distract the shit out the class trying to get laughs and shit because I was looking for attention.
But you never shot nobody, right?
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. I ain't blaming it just on the actual, like, being labeled with some kind of disability. Like, I was literally, they tried to put me in the dummy ass class because I had ADHD and then I placed out of the class. So I wasn't placed with, I guess you call them the slow kids and shit.
Yeah, salute to you, man. I'm ADHD. I'm ADD. I'm not ADHD. I'm just ADD.
Yeah, I'm hyper as shit, bro.
Yeah, I'm not hyper. I'm not on the hyper spectrum.
Yeah.
But I do know that ADHD. Yeah, it's those
real,
kids
bro.
are, yeah, definitely.
All I got is PIMP. You know what I'm saying, Chief?
Yeah.
They tried to tell my mom I was ADHD, and I just don't see it because I'm lazy as a motherfucker.
I don't know, but not like you be saying sometimes that people don't be getting labeled until like 15 and shit. Like I was labeled in second grade with that shit. Was taking Ritalin and all that shit early.
Well, how old are you? Because I'm from a different era, maybe. I don't know.
Very true, man.
I'm
36,
45.
bro. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
36.
I'm 45.
Different
era.
They also mislabel boys a lot just because they've got a lot of energy.
Yeah, no doubt. But
oh, I thought you were gonna say they mislabel boys a lot because they're trans, but you know that's the world we live in.
Sometimes. And
that's a whole new meaning today.
Their parents don't even take them to be evaluated, so they have, they don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. They just like, hey, ain't nothing wrong with him. He just different. That's what
So
they say in the community.
That's a fact. I was like that too with my son.
Yeah, but the schools do that now.
Miss Berry, are your boys ADD?
I have one son, and he is Asperger's. And
wow.
I found that out when he was in the 4th grade. So it took that long for me to find out.
What is Asperger's, if you don't mind telling me?
It's like being on the highest spectrum of autism. So, he finds fascination in like science and, he's like a nerd.
Is that where they like blurred out? No, it's not where they blurred out, right?
No,
that's like
Tourette's.
I forgot what that's
talking
called.
about.
Yeah, that's Tourette's. Yeah,
right.
It's probably like, is it like more of a hypersensitive thing?
No, imagine somebody with no filter that will tell you exactly what is on their mind with no
they kind of like live in their own little world.
Yeah.
I don't. My phone sounds weird. Do you hear that? Is my microphone okay?
It's kind
of breaking up a little bit.
It's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, this shit is screwed
all right,
up,
I'm gonna come right back.
All right.
These children have disabilities.
Further, the proposal would remove liability for what it calls the reasonable actions of a teacher when a student gets physically or violently disruptive.
This bill does not account for what if you have a bad teacher.
Howard practices in Virginia, North Carolina, Maryland.
What about the bad students?
Because that's the problem.
Right. What about the bad students?
It's the teachers' fault. Oh my God.
Yeah. It's the teacher's fault they had to pick up a fucking chair to defend themselves against the guy throwing chairs at them.
Yeah, your fist connected with his fist.
How dare you put your face in front of his fist?
Jimmy IV says, shame. I bet this school doesn't even have a studio for making the freshest go-go beats. Yeah, man. These students are suffering, man. They don't have a film studio either, I bet.
They don't have classes on how to shoot your next rap video.
Yep, no bicycle repair.
Yeah.
If they only had bicycle repair, the whole thing would be turned around.
Right. And it's obviously the teacher's fault.
See, and he says the Virginia bill on disruptive school behavior stands apart.
This is much more severe than, say, D.C., North Carolina, or Maryland. This is a pretty extreme bill.
Yeah, she's ready.
And that bill is now in the hands of the House Education Committee, and the chairman is Republican Delegate Glenn Davis of Virginia Beach. Davis told me this afternoon, after his committee got input from the autism community and other stakeholders, the legislation will undergo significant changes. We will follow its path through the session. Chris Horn, 10 on your side.
You've heard the expression, nothing good happens after 2 a.m., and this backs that up. It was around that time that a man believed to be a Marine showed up at a hotel, adamant that he had a reservation. The hotel says it didn't exist, and that led to a smackdown with the security guard, and he messed with the wrong lady.
It's a confrontation between a petite woman who works at a hotel and a muscular dude, reportedly a Marine. And guess who won? The lady.
Oh.
And here she is. Ronnie Toms works security at the Pacific Terrace Hotel in San Diego.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
She says she stepped in when the guy went face-to-face with a hotel employee because they couldn't find a reservation he claimed to have.
You need to leave.
You. Then things really got nasty.
Please don't touch me. Don't touch her, bro. Don't touch her. And then he comes after me and he attempts to slap me, but I put my hand up. Okay.
Put it up.
Get this.
I know where you're from. I know where you're from. What's up?
Hey,
what's up? What's up?
This guy is big. Like, all he has to do is just hit me one time and make contact one time, and I'm knocked out. So I had to treat it like a life or death situation.
Ronnie says she reached for the nearest object she could find, a lamp. The result? The little lady knocked out the Marine.
After he was on the ground and I saw that he was like no longer a threat, I backed up.
She says she has bruises and scratches from the clash. And if they ever meet again,
I would tell.
First of all, 5'5" is not petite.
I missed this. So what happened?
They said this petite woman.
She beat
says
some
she's
drunk dude's
5'5".
ass.
Yeah, white boy was acting a fool in the motel, and she beat his ass with a fucking lamp.
Yeah, a Marine got taken down, which is why America is now vulnerable, man.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I don't want to watch that again because they act stupid when I show videos of violence. They act like it's like a guideline violation. When other people show videos of violence, it's nothing. Way more violence.
He looked like he was just trying to have a slap fight with her. It didn't look like he was actually trying to connect with anything.
Yeah. Salute to Razzle, man.
Also tonight,
salute to my man.
After rejecting a man who was.
Salute to my man
Right,
Razzle, man. Razzle with the.
Gliders got one on the board tonight, man. It's a good night.
Salute to Razzle. He says, "Bong bong, watching y'all on the sidelines." Salute to Razzle. He watching from the sidelines tonight, man.
Also tonight, a woman robbed after rejecting a man who was hitting on her at a gas station.
And tonight, the woman's talking only with ABC 13 about this terrifying encounter. And Daniela Hurtado joins us live from the police department with her story tonight. Daniela.
Eric, Gina, this woman tells us she's thankful he only robbed her purse and not her life. This afternoon, like many others, she saw that surveillance video for the very first time of when she was robbed and relived those terrifying moments.
I was terrified.
Okay, she got a nice little shape, right?
Cute.
Yeah,
Man,
cute little.
that
Cute.
hairpiece look like ass though.
Yeah, but
She
I
got
mean,
too much belly for them pants, man.
yeah, but I mean,
she looks pretty bad.
She's a smash after a few shots, you know.
Yeah. She pick up at a block party.
I mean, the question is this a glider thing? I would never think to try to be like meeting my future ex-wife like at the gas station, you know.
Well, no, sons are very aggressive though. We're very good. That's common. That's like anywhere, wherever. It's cold approaching is something that sons do. Sons do cold approaching, and that's why a lot of glider women fall victim because they're not used to the cold approaching. If a son sees something he like, he's going to fucking run up on her and hit her with the game.
Or if not, hit her with the glizzy.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, we do that. We're the masters of the cold approach.
I bet Og used the cold approach all the hoes.
Well, yeah, I'm from Washington D.C., man. That's almost like you're raised
like a
that.
hobby.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo, and if she says no, well, fuck you then, bitch.
Whoa. You gotta watch that burping like that, man. Whoever did this shit, man. But yeah, let's move along, man.
Those terrifying moments.
I was terrified. I felt like once I gave him my purse that he was still going to shoot me.
On Christmas Eve, India Simon was at a gas station near her home in the Greenspoint area on Lanewick and Wayforest when she had a scary encounter with this man.
Now this guy got a fresh sweatsuit on, fresh tennis shoes on. He don't look like the type of person that you would think is just out here going to do some stuff like this if you're not paying attention to what's going on in the country.
Thanks.
You know what I'm saying?
Surveillance video from that night shows the man entered the convenience store and approached Simon.
And I heard him. He's calling me cute.
She got a nice little shape. She's the type of joint that a Southern man gonna see and holler at.
She's a barehead hooligan.
See, some men try to act like when they get online that they only mess with like high yellow foreign joints and shit. All of the, if you go on most of the Sun men on YouTube and whatever, go on their Facebook, this is what their baby mother look like. Go to most of the rappers. This is what their first baby mother look like.
Facts.
Heard him. He's calling me cute. He's hollering at me, and then I was ignoring him,
dismissing him as she went outside to pump her gas, and the suspect is seen on video parking near her and approaching her again,
trying to get.
And that's not alarming her. See, the thing about it,
nah,
him
that right
approaching
there.
again. What? Okay, go ahead. You would be alarmed by that the second approach.
Yes.
Okay.
From the moment he walked up to me in the store, I would have been like, you know what I'm saying? And
really?
Then she's at the gas pump and he pulled up on her. That's a problem.
You would have been alarmed by the are you would you consider yourself attractive, Miss Berry?
I would consider myself attractive, yes.
So why would you be alarmed? Why are you alarmed?
Because no, that's not how I wouldn't respond to something like that.
No, not
it wouldn't make
you
me say,
respond.
"Oh my gosh, okay."
No, not whether you will respond, but is this type of behavior common?
I don't experience that.
You don't experience the cold approach?
I have experienced the cold approach, but nothing like this. Like this? Nothing like this. No.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this is very common, man. Strike out and then try again. Yeah, that's a very common, man.
And the suspect is seen on video parking near her and approaching her again,
trying to get my number. He's asking me for my number, and I'm telling him I have a boyfriend. No, thank you. Have a good night. and I'm pumping my gas, and he's steady like talking to me. He's getting closer to me, and then that's when I felt like something was wrong.
Simon says she stopped pumping gas and tried to get in her car, except the man was
shit.
Girl, oh my God.
Swiper, no swiping right there.
Yo, Hobie's wick. Hey, listen, this girl right here, she if I would have told her I voted for Trump, she would cuss me from the rooter to the tutor. She would try to like get everybody in her friend circle to like fucking spam my chat, my comment section.
Dox you.
She probably would hate watch this show, flag it. So I mean, I don't really feel sorry for
She would
sisters
porn
like
bomb
this.
it.
Yeah, I don't feel sorry for sisters like this because the way she's gonna talk about this guy, I haven't seen this video either. I guarantee you, it's with no malice, no venom, no stankness, none of that shit. And look
No
what the fuck he
gun,
did
no
to.
knife, no taser. Like, what the F?
Yeah.
And he's steady like talking to me. He's getting closer to me, and then that's when I felt like something was wrong.
Simon says she stopped pumping gas and tried to get in her car, except the man was blocking her way. And that's when she says he demanded her purse with a gun.
I really felt like I was gonna die. I felt like he was going to shoot me because of the look in his eyes.
Tonight, she's unsure if it was all about money, considering it was the holidays, or if the suspect's ego was hurt because she turned him down. Either way, police need your help in identifying this man to get him off the streets.
And that's just fucking dangerous to have guys like this around that like like that. This type of behavior right here should be fucking frightening. The average citizen who outside of Blackistan should see this and be like, almost like you're on safari. Yeah, like you're on safari the time when a fucking group of hyena rips a fucking antelope limb from limb and shit, and the fucking entrails are all over the place. It should be like, oh my god, so it really happens like this. You know what I'm saying?
This was in Houston, right?
Yeah, back in the days, it was like they try to holler at you on the corner or something. They might say something slick if you don't speak back, but I don't know about getting robbed and approached again like that. Like that looks scary.
Or getting your eyeball bitten off.
Right. Exactly. Oh my god.
I mean, I think that approach was about sizing her up to see whether she was a good victim or not.
You know, I don't know. I'm torn because I do know some men do that approach like that, and you know, if she had given him the number, we never know. We never know, man. Because if she would have gave the number, he got a chance. He
would have still robbed her.
I don't know. Maybe if they would exchange numbers, I don't think he would have robbed her.
Yeah, he would have robbed her and then called her later to ask her out on a date.
Or eventually robbed her.
Like in Don't Be a Menace.
Her person kept it moving.
Like in Don't Be a Menace, like.
No, I forget some parts of Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah, he's like, I bet you I get her number. I said I'm gonna call you, right?
Yeah, that movie had so many. It's so far ahead of its time, man. If that movie couldn't come out now, Don't Be a Menace could not come out right now.
Nope.
Nah.
No, I'd be offended. I'm offended thinking about it.
Not even speaking about like you're saying ahead of his time. Do you remember when he had that like missile in the back of that truck?
Yeah,
that's like the switches nowadays and stuff. You know, like they're ahead of their time. They got it before us and stuff.
It's definitely the woke mob would definitely be pissed.
Unsure if it was all about money, considering it was the holidays, or if the suspect's ego was hurt because she turned him down. Either way, police need your help in identifying this man to get him off the streets.
Now I'm gonna move because I don't feel safe in the area at all.
The same streets that our ABC 13 neighborhood safety tracker shows has had 159 robberies in the last 12 months.
Their little areas had 159 robberies. And think about it. I don't think this guy was going into robbery. Let's just say this was a robbery of opportunistic, it was an organic thing. This little area having 159 robberies, man, what type of guys that just shows you the type of guys that are around here. Like, it's a lot of fucking bad guys in this little area, man.
Lot of sleaze balls.
Yeah,
I heard a crazy stat about Chicago today. Every 11 seconds, somebody's getting shot. And
no, it's like every 2 hours. Every 2 hours,
every,
somebody gets shot.
it's every 2 hours? Because I
Yeah.
heard, well, I thought it was every 2 hours. I think every 2 hours somebody was getting killed.
No, every like every 12 hours somebody gets killed, or in Chicago every 10 to 12 hours, but every 2 hours somebody gets shot. Yeah.
12 months. It's a decrease from the last 3 years. In Houston, Daniela Hurtado, ABC 13 Eyewitness News.
Daniela Hurtado, man. Damn. Rough around there, Daniela. You better stay away from there, Daniela Hurtado. Look at his car. Like, he got a nice little, what's that? What is that?
That look like a Camry.
That's a Corolla. Oh, it's a Camry. Just a regular son,
He
man.
crazy. I'm good. And he probably driving his mother car anyway.
Regular son, man. What's up, shorty? What's happening?
That's his baby mama's car.
Maybe it's a stolen car.
Ain't shit. Look, she already shaking. You see her? She already shaking. Look at her legs. Look at her legs when she after he talks to her. I think she got his energy. She got a. There's nobody coming to save you, sweetie. You ain't no patrols riding past either, sweetie. She darted out of there. You see how fast?
Oh hell yeah!
He ain't even get his change. Fuck this shit. If she was smart, she would have just said "fuck the gas," but she went and tried to pump the gas.
She should have been to the ladies' bathroom.
Ladies' bathroom. You don't want to be secluded anywhere secluded where you can't. You know what I'm saying? You want to be open spaces around this guy, man.
She should have pulled that move that that other woman pulled, just to start pouring gas on him.
Nah, she should have took that
She
Mossy
have
class.
shot her ass.
You need to take that Mossy class, man. As soon as that car pulled up and then he jumped out and he had the door out,
She'd have
and he
shot
didn't
him.
close it. Yeah.
Yeah.
She could have had a gun.
Look at this. Somebody else pulls up, so he doesn't even care that there's other people around. Look, this person pulled up to get gas. They didn't get out though. They're not getting out. They see something going on. Oh, that's a chick too. This is soccer mom gets out, man. Look at soccer mom get out.
She don't even see this shit going on.
Yeah, she don't see it going on.
It looked like they driving the same car.
Wow. Yeah. Woman hate giving up her purse too, man. That's
Well,
one thing.
you already know what it is, shorty. You better give me that thing before I blow that wig off your head.
Woman to die for her purse.
WGN Investigates has learned a Chicago alderman has been involved in an accidental shooting again.
Both instances involved injuries.
Again.
Investigative reporter Ben
Again.
is here with the exclusive story. Ben?
Dina and Ray, it might surprise some people to learn that being a member of the Chicago City Council is technically a part-time gig. Alderman Derek Curtis's other job is being a concealed carry firearms instructor. But that skill set and certification have not stopped him from yet another embarrassing incident with a gun. This one ended with the accidental shooting of his daughter.
What?
And the NRA needs to pull his certs, man.
Yeah.
Oh shit, man.
No doubt.
Is this a son, man? Who do you think this is, a son, man, or a
Derek
brother?
Curtis sounds son, man.
I would have
Good
guessed
evening,
some man,
everyone.
but I know who it is.
My name is
Alderman Derek Curtis.
3 days after speaking at a crime scene, Chicago Alderman Derek Curtis was at the Monument of Faith Church, where he was teaching a class for people seeking their concealed carry gun permits. A police report reviewed by WGN Investigate said Curtis was there with his adult son and adult daughter, showing a Glock 19 handgun to the class. The report quotes Curtis's daughter as saying the instructor, apparently her father, while handing her the firearm, it went off.
So he had one in the chamber.
He shot his daughter.
Yeah, one in the chamber, man. You don't have just one sitting in the chamber. You should have checked it, man. It's just reckless.
What do you mean shouldn't have one in the chamber?
I mean, like he was demonstrating there.
Yeah, if he's
Don't have
handling
one in
a
the
gun in
chamber.
a demonstration, he should have already cleared it before he even picked it up, really.
Exactly.
Yo, is that stunner talking?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my bad. Oh, I mean, I don't know. Gun safety. I mean,
you don't teach a class with a loaded weapon.
Gun safety is like it's elementary, right? Everybody knows it.
No,
Hearing this story makes me instantly think he was a diversity hire because that's like that's gun safety 101.
No, he was teaching the Alec Baldwin method.
I see. Yeah, I see.
Lucky he ain't bring the one with the switch on it.
Yeah, man.
He's lucky he didn't kill nobody, to be honest.
Yeah,
he hit
could
her
you
in the leg. He
imagine?
could hit somebody in the face.
God.
Hey, that's a sign of inaccuracy, though. We just hit people. We don't kill them all the time.
Leg
Showing a
shots.
Glock 19 handgun to the class. The report quotes Curtis's daughter as saying the instructor, apparently her father, while handing her the firearm, it went off. Paramedics transported her to the hospital in good condition. She had been shot in the leg.
I just want to know, how would you work with different cultures?
Curtis is a former Chicago Housing Authority police officer, and this is not the first time
Lord.
he's been involved in a goof-up with a gun. Last fall, he said he was helping a neighbor fix a weapon when it accidentally fired, hitting Curtis in the hand. It was an injury that required surgery.
I'm sorry. He should not be handling weapons.
How does he not know to clear it out?
Like-
Take out the magazine, check the chamber.
Like I said, diversity hire.
Posing.
It's simple.
It required surgery. Curtis has not responded.
I wouldn't walk up to his fucking door. You get shot.
The alderman has been a close ally of Mayor Lori Lightfoot, but just yesterday told the Sun-Times his self-inflicted wound last fall inflicted damage on their relationship. He told the paper, "I really was a number one cheerleader, but she never called when I shot myself. I wouldn't treat my friends that way."
Oh, what a bitch. What a bitch. Wow.
He actually called himself a cheerleader.
Yo,
Hey, Monty, you need to go teach him.
Man, if I ever shot myself, my friends would call me up and give me shit for it.
The mayor was supposed to call him after he shot himself.
Hey, man, he used to be like Cheddar Bob from 8 Mile.
I got a friend that accidentally shot himself. Through his with a Makarov through his knee.
Jeez.
And it was perfect. It went perfectly between his kneecap and the joint.
Damn.
He can still walk to. He can still walk to this day. He just has sometimes he has like an issue come up and you have to use a cane. But yeah, he can still walk.
All right, let me ask you about the situation. How did that happen? Was the chamber not clear? Like, what happened?
The chamber it's a matter of the chamber wasn't cleared, and the easiest thing that you can do is the one people forget is to keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. That's rule 3.
Dude,
that's the rule. That's rule 3 because that's the rule that gets violated. That's the rule that gets violated the most because even when people handle guns that they know are unloaded, there still has a tendency to put their finger in the trigger guard. So it's kind of a thing you have to do continuously to just keep your finger off to the side.
Most guns don't just go off by themselves.
My thing is, how did this guy hand a weapon to someone and shoot the person who he was handing the weapon to? How was the weapon even aimed in a manner where it could shoot at the person who you're handing it to? This dude is an idiot, bro.
Oh, he was. I guarantee he was handing it to her.
Muzzle
probably
out.
down with his hand on the grip.
Hey, mind you, he's an alderman. Don't forget that. He's a fucking alderman.
It was muzzled down, but it must have been he must have had his finger in the trigger, and she pulled the gun, right? So
yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, this is embarrassing.
That way.
First of all, it's unfortunate. That's what it says to me.
Heather Wills is running against Curtis to represent the 18th Ward on the southwest side.
In the first instance, my first question is, on a Monday at noon, why isn't the alderman at his ward office, which is open? And by and large, folks want to see their alderman present. When I have been walking these blocks, that's what I have heard.
That's going to be
State
the
police
easiest
certified
win
concealed
ever.
carry instructors. We asked whether 2 strikes on
Yeah,
guns.
she's a sister, and he shot himself and shot his daughter.
Yeah, game
within a year.
over. He made
Game over. Yeah.
And they just banned guns in Illinois, right? Or something.
Yeah, all she needs on
That
her
guy
resume.
might as well be white.
Yeah. All she needs on her shirt is I didn't shoot myself and my daughter.
Safety are enough to disqualify someone from being authorized to teach those concealed carry classes. An Illinois State Police spokesperson said the law is not specific, but anyone is welcome to submit a complaint or concern about an instructor's qualifications.
Man, revoke his
Excellent
license.
tonight. That
man.
is
Hell
alarming.
yes.
Thanks for bringing it to our attention.
To Buckhead now. Residents are on edge after a woman has been caught on security cameras trying to break into dozens of homes.
Fox 5's Denise Dillon talked to residents who are on alert and adding security.
Smash.
People here in the Peachtree Battle area to Brookwood Hills and up to North Buckhead, double checking that their doors are locked night and day, even if they're gone for just a few minutes.
Ringing, knocking, and trying the door handles, just looking in windows of homes. It seems like.
Damn, sis.
And she's wearing some kind of uniform shirt.
Yeah,
Like
I was
she's
just
on
about
the
to
floor.
say that it looks like a security guard's uniform. I see the stars and stripes on the shoulder.
She look like an African.
This is the Floyd method, okay? This is the Floyd method where you
Yeah.
he used to dress up like he was with the water department.
His uniform, right?
Yeah.
She's casing our homes.
This woman, wearing a white shirt with a patch on the shoulder that reads security, has been caught on dozens of surveillance cameras in Buckhead over the past 2 weekends. She is always seen in the daytime.
Very brazen, very bold. She came up the driveway while we were all home.
And often goes for the side or back doors. In this video, you can see her going through a gate to the backyard of a home.
And this is in a state where there's constitutional carry. I mean, that's what I'm telling you, man. Like, this woman, they just don't care. You can't compete with this. She's doing this she's not doing this in New York City or Washington, D.C. She's doing this in Georgia.
Yeah, but she's doing it in an area that's probably a whole bunch of pasty white liberals who do not have guns.
Whole bunch of
yeah.
And I bet they're very, very thankful that she's wearing her mask too.
I mean, she wouldn't be doing this out in the boondocks out there.
Yeah, she
Well, they
wouldn't
don't
dare
have
do this
shit.
in a trailer park.
Well, but they don't have shit.
Hell no.
So she's not gonna go out there because she's trying to get some nice stuff. man.
Not true. They probably have guns. Even the poorest people down here in the South, they have guns.
Yeah,
Good guns too.
One was home at the time, and she did not get into the house. But there have been times when a door has been left open.
She's been confronted a number of times. She's showed up in people's living rooms.
There have been reports of thefts connected to the woman. In North Buckhead, a homeowner told Fox 5 she stole some purses and jewelry. She says police linked the woman to the thefts by her shoes seen in this video and images of her car. She has been seen driving a dark blue RAV4 with the tag covered. Neighbors are now taking extra precautions, adding security cameras, and are always on alert.
And making sure that, our doors are locked during the day. Alarms are set.
Think about it. These white people didn't even have to lock their fucking doors, man.
These people have like hidden driveways, like, they have like long winding driveways out there in Buckhead. They have like they're living luxuriously. So they
Yeah.
probably don't feel a need to lock the door. The
Even
maid will
even
be there.
even the broke gliders don't feel the need to lock their shit when they're around other gliders.
Yeah, it's just you just living. I mean, for what? I mean, why should you have to lock your door? Think about it. Why should you have to lock your door all the time? Maybe, of course, at night. Of course, at night, you gotta lock your fucking door. But I mean, for the most part, I mean, during the day, you shouldn't have to lock your door. There shouldn't be people just coming in, checking your locks during the day.
Yeah, it's true. But Crunchy Black said it best because niggas ain't right.
Yeah, I mean, it's so true, man. It's just crazy.
Who said that?
Crunchy Black.
Cameras are working. It's not a great way, to have to live, but just to be on alert now.
Neighbors tell me they've been working with police, giving them as many surveillance videos as they can to try to figure out who this woman is. In Buckhead, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
So again, we just got the developments today. There was an arrest in Wendy's case. That suspect that you guys were already looking for, you knew who he was found in Louisiana.
Okay.
Maybe
That's another case.
Country Black
Well, a
also
family in
said
Oakland is-
there's been a robbery.
Well, a family in Oakland is starting this new year in grief. Their loved one, a longtime postal worker, was stabbed to death while walking home after finishing her shift. A suspect.
That's the second postal worker to be killed. I know this probably didn't have nothing to do. They're not the same incidents, but this is the second black postal worker to be killed in the last 2 weeks.
Has been arrested, but a motive is still unclear. Our crime reporter Henry Lee is here after talking with the woman's family. And Henry, the lack of a motive here must only add to their pain.
Yeah, Heather, they're
Trying to get
just
them postal
heartbroken
keys, man.
and struggling to understand why anyone would attack a well-known member of the community who sorted mail, helped tend a community garden, and was a caretaker for her life partner.
3 houses away.
She was okay.
She was almost home, but she's not coming home.
Miles Spruill is devastated. His mother, veteran postal worker Dilma Spruill, had just left work and was walking home in West Oakland when she was attacked on the street.
Somebody came up, stabbed her multiple times.
Spruill, who was 71 years old, died at the scene. Oakland police arrested a suspect, 28-year-old Wilbert Winchester, who's been charged with murder. A motive for the attack.
28-year-old Wilbert Winchester. He killed on Chester Street too. That's crazy. Wow, that's spooky.
Winchester.
But yeah, but
should have hit him with the Winchesters.
Yeah, man. This is
Probably a schizo.
But is it me? The bus drivers can't drive the bus. The mail carriers can't fucking deliver mail. For this, what the fuck, bro?
the librarians can't library.
Luckily for them, these motherfuckers can't read.
Yeah, well, I mean, we just did a story that like an 80-year-old woman got attacked at the library a couple weeks ago.
Maybe it was a vagabond, passing through, but no way he was in there reading a book or two.
The homeless now hang out at the libraries. It's a sanctuary.
I was just about to say that. Yep.
Well, no, it's the Wi-Fi. They have a computer rooms like at Martin Luther King Library in DC. They have like probably the best computer room you've ever seen in your life. I mean, it's probably 40 computers, and you sign up. You sign up at the station. And when they call your name, it's a big like overhead TV screen with your names on. When your number comes up or your name comes up, then they tell you which computer's open. You get 45 minutes or something like that, and then the time's out, and then you have to leave, and then another person.
Yeah, I used it over here recently.
Yeah, so I mean, those people stay in that library all.
The one I went to, there was no sun, man. Unfortunately.
Yeah, they love that place, man.
Home in West Oakland when she was attacked on the street.
Somebody came up, stabbed her multiple times.
Spruill, who was 71 years old, died at the scene. Oakland police arrested a suspect, 28-year-old Wilbert Winchester, who's been charged with murder. A motive for the attack not yet known. Her son had this message for the alleged killer.
I bid you peace and I bid you farewell.
Oh my God!
What's wrong with these people?
He said farewell. That's
your mama. That's your mama, my nigga. Like,
Well, he did say farewell.
Nah, he said
doses.
He don't know. Well, what does that mean? The guy's not getting the death sentence. What does that mean? What's
He
farewell?
wished him peace and farewell. I mean,
He probably don't know what farewell. He probably a son, man. He probably using the word wrong. He probably meant like fair and well.
He's probably just saying
more like he's just emotional.
He's probably just saying what all some people say, which is, "I love my family's killer. I love him."
Damn, that's what it sounds like. I mean, if they put that camera on me, it's over with.
That's your
Yep.
mama.
oh no
baby.
shit.
Yep.
I'm gonna break your fucking neck. That's what I'm gonna say.
They're gonna have to fire me, Chief.
Nah, I'd be mad at the fact that the cops got him before I could get him. I'd be like, man, I
Right.
smoke a pack of him tonight.
Right. I would say free him. Free the guys.
Yup.
Yeah,
Free him.
I'd be waiting outside the police office for him to get bond.
Yup. Smoke his ass.
Oh, because he's definitely gonna get that bond. We already know that.
Isn't that a federal charge?
I think so, because it's a mail courier, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, but she was off duty.
Yep.
She was off duty.
I don't think that matters.
He finna get paid.
If she was coming home from work, she was in uniform.
She's 71. She been a postal worker this long. Her son's gonna get paid.
Ain't even about that. I still want to smoke that dude. I'd probably go to jail just to smoke that dude.
Oh hell
Kill my mama.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Just to get on the chair with him, get close to him.
yeah. Ain't no jury gonna blame you.
I mean, he's probably just a mentally ill, random person walking around, and she just happened to cross his path.
Well, who's crazier? That dude or this one? Farewell.
I think he's crazy. He's the crazy one. Talking about some damn farewell. Man, that's your mama, man. We used to fight back in school. Somebody say your mama. They didn't even say nothing about your mother. They just say your mama.
Right, exactly.
You be brawling in the schoolyard. Your mother.
He could at least said turn yourself in or something corny like that.
I've seen dudes get spit on, Chief.
I don't think he's in the right. I don't think he's in the right state of mind. I don't know how it would be if
it's gotta be.
got
I'm
stabbed.
with Mossy. I gotta give him the benefit of the doubt, Chief, because that's too.
He could at least say we gotta do something about these guns.
Anything.
He could have said anything.
Knife, but he stabbed her though. So
was she a glider or a sister?
It's part of the script, man.
Yeah, man. This crazy, man.
We got to ban all these high capacity knives and shit.
Ban man.
These assault knives.
Yeah.
Not yet known. Her son had this message for the alleged killer.
I bid you peace and I bid you farewell. You took my best friend. You took the only last living birth parent that I have.
It happened at about 12:30 early Wednesday morning. Spruill had finished her shift sorting mail at the post office on 7th Street. She's been a postal worker for almost 2 decades. She was walking home in the middle of the night, which she usually does with no problem. But she was stabbed near 8th and Henry Streets around the corner from her home.
What the people that was cleaning up the blood, it was right here. So if anything, she normally doesn't walk up and then across the street because that's kind of backtracking. So she walks at an angle.
It's tragic because this is something that she does all the time, walks home, doesn't bother anybody. Thelma was sweet, the sweetest woman ever, like my second mom.
Spruill and her son were caregivers for her longtime partner, Welton Jackson, who uses a wheelchair and undergoes dialysis.
27 years.
27
I hope there's justice. I hope you find whatever you need to take for you to heal. I'm not right. I won't ever be right. It's going to take me some time.
The Postal Service tells me the victim being with.
He hopes you find what you need to heal. That person doesn't give a fuck about you.
He's talking about that?
Yeah, of course he's talking. Who's he talking about?
Christ.
Well, he did just admit he ain't right.
Well, I mean, we knew that though.
Is she black guy? Is his mom? Is she a sister? She look like.
I hope there's justice. I hope.
That's a light skinned sister, man.
I would have been biracial. I thought Black Lives Matter. What happened?
Nah, man.
Hearing that old man cry breaks my heart.
Her skin's way too light to qualify for that shit, bro. You know that.
Well,
You know, she get colorism in the community, though. You know,
black people. I don't know nobody who wouldn't think she was black. I mean, like she She looked like a light skin
She look like a
black
black
woman.
lady with good hair.
Yeah, she looked like she looked like she light skinned.
Right there, a little different.
Okay.
Yeah, not in that
She like
picture.
Rosa
In that
Parks. I think.
picture, I don't know.
I
I'm
can
not
see. I see
sure.
the sister. I see the
That's
sister.
Rosa Parks.
He looks like
Yeah,
an
she
Yeah, I
like
can
umbrella
Rosa
kind
all
Parks.
day.
of see it.
Nah, she don't like her. No, she look like a sister.
She look like this chick when she grow up and shit.
Yeah, look like her when
Yeah.
she get old.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, I mean, what do you? It looked like a black. I
Okay.
don't know,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
but
now I see
whatever.
it. Yeah,
But
now I see it.
whatever. I mean, we
Look
know
like
now.
a
We
boiler.
know she has glider blood in
Damn.
her. We know that. Like, I'm not saying that she doesn't have glider
Right.
ancestry. We know that.
This is what
Salute,
they wanted. This is disgusting, man.
salute to Jared. Salute to Jared. He says, "Did you hear about Police Color's cousin today?" No, I didn't, man. I didn't hear about Police Color's cousin. I have to look into that.
He's supposed to be the next
Patrice
George
colors.
Floyd.
I think it meant Patrice colors.
All right, we're gonna look into
Right.
that.
It's gonna take me some time.
The Postal Service tells me the victim beamed with energy, joy, and brought light to all who had the pleasure to know and work alongside her. Now, as far as the defendant, I've learned he's been charged with attempted murder as well for allegedly stabbing another woman 2 days before the postal worker.
So why he wasn't in
Since we
jail?
know his name and we've not seen a photo, definitely
Yeah.
a black man.
You know it. You
So
know
he
it.
did this before, and they let him out of jail.
No, he
No,
hadn't been
he
caught
hadn't
for
been
that
caught
Oh,
yet.
yet.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he just was on the street. Salute to Jared Davidson, man. He said, Patrice Colors, what's your face was killed by a cop today. Damn, if I had known that, I would have done the story about that, man. Shout out to let's see if we can find out about this before we get into
That's a
this
sad story.
LeBron Blake thing. Ooh, what's
I think he
that?
died in the
That
hospital
old
after
lady.
the arrest.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Police Colors.
No, I don't know what happened. I never heard about that.
Yeah, the cousin, supposedly the cousin. He's the next George Floyd.
Okay. Wow. Here it is.
Oh yeah, I seen something like that.
Here
I
we
just
go.
scrolled through it.
Let's see the liberal.
What didn't she buy herself like a really
side
fancy
here.
house?
Get on the street. Hey, stop right there. Get up against the wall.
I'm sorry, I didn't need to.
Get up against the wall.
Please, sir, I didn't need to.
Get up against the wall. Get up against the wall real quick.
Please.
Okay,
Please,
hold on
God.
a second.
Please,
Hold on
sir,
a
I didn't
second.
need to, sir, please.
Hold on,
Please.
okay?
I'm sorry.
Mary 156. Show me code 6 on a TC.
Now they were called there. It looks like they were called, or do it look like they? Well, we'll find out. In the
Get on the street. Hey, stop right there.
Yeah.
Get up against the wall.
I'm sorry, I didn't need to.
Get up against the wall.
Please, sir, I didn't need to.
Get up against the wall.
I didn't
Get
need
up
to.
against the wall real quick.
Please.
Okay,
Please,
hold on
God.
a second.
Please,
Hold on
sir,
a
I didn't
second.
need to, sir, please.
Hold on,
Please.
okay?
I'm sorry.
Mary 156. Show me code 6 on a TC not involved.
Please.
We're going to be Venice, west of Lincoln.
Oh, my
One
God.
possible DUI driver. I get additional units, please.
The car.
Okay, what happened?
I lost my key.
You
I asked
lost
somebody-
your key?
Yes. I came and I had somebody fix my car for me, sir. Please, don't, please,
Okay,
sir.
do me a favor.
My-
Sit
hey,
in
please.
the, hey, sit,
Sir, please.
sit down on your butt and sit with your legs crossed. Sit with your
Somebody
legs
gonna try to
crossed.
kill me, sir.
Sit with your legs
Please.
crossed.
They're going to try to kill me, please.
Who's trying to kill you?
I had a stunt today.
What?
I had a stunt today, sir.
You
And I
had
need to.
you had what?
A stunt. Like, no, that's a call.
Yeah, he's zesty as a
He
motherfucker.
high.
This is another excited delirium death.
Yeah, he just real high. Yeah.
Exactly, Mayo.
Yep, and when
Yeah,
that's how this is.
He's high as
He's on-
fuck. I'm
very
fucking-
high.
He's
I'm
on-
jealous,
Yeah, yeah.
Chief.
He definitely
High
on
as fuck.
He's on PCP,
Yeah.
meth.
Ice.
Super weed.
Yeah, yeah.
K2.
Yeah. I don't know what to say about this one, man. This guy is a very strange fellow, man. He look kind of zesty to me. Marvin Law says, "Hey, Have you seen the Jacob Blake short documentary called "The Broken Boys of Kenosha"? You might be interested. Keep up the good work. Put it in the back chat. The Broken Boys of Kenosha. Oh shit.
Okay, what car were you driving?
BMW.
The BMW.
They're trying to put stuff in my car.
Who's trying to put stuff in your car?
They're gonna try to. Please.
Stay down for me. Hey,
Please.
hey, stay
Please.
here. Stay here.
Sir, I need
Stay
some water.
here.
Can you get some water? Please.
Stay here. I'll get
You need
you some
some
water
milk.
here in a second, okay?
Please.
Just have a seat up against the wall there,
Yes, sir.
okay? Have a seat against the wall.
Sir.
Have a seat against the wall here.
Everybody got to see me, sir.
Have a seat
I don't want
against
to be
the
in the
wall
black.
over here.
I want people to see me.
Sir, okay, you can sit
Please.
right there then.
You want people to see you doing a hell of a job, man. You got even the police see you now.
I
He's
would
fucking higher than
have
balls.
put cuffs on him. I immediately looking at him like that. I'm putting cuffs on you.
Well, here's the thing.
For your own good.
That a lot of these cops want to try to talk these things out. Like they don't want it to go to that level every time because of all outcry.
There's only
But
one
being-
cop.
being-
There's only one cop there. He's not going to do anything until he
Being
gets
put in
back.
cuffs is not a bad thing. It's just I mean, I would put him in cuffs. I don't know.
No, but this guy's going to be. He knows this guy's going to be a problem. He knows that.
You want to be seen?
I don't
Stay
wanna
right
sit
there.
No, I don't want to sit there.
He's just
Stay
trying
right there
to
if
keep
you
him
wanna
calm
have
till he
somebody
gets
see you.
back up.
Okay?
Please.
Just sit
You
down
see
for
that,
me.
sister? We're all watching you. Bitch, why don't you go fucking do something? This is when black women show up. When a fucking 30-year-old grown-ass man
Right.
acting like a jackass.
They
When a
come
little
out of thin
kid-
air too. Right?
When a little kid get hit by a straight bullet, ain't no black woman fucking around watching shit.
And he would have stabbed in her
Sit right there
stomach
if you
too.
want to have somebody see you.
Yep.
Okay?
Please.
Just sit down for me a second here, okay?
Please, look, sir.
Sit down for me. Sit down.
Putting a thing on me.
Sit down.
Making
I'm
me
not
hot.
putting anything. Come here.
Please.
Sit down over here.
Please.
I don't want you in the road. Come here. I don't want you in the road.
Keenan Anderson, the cousin of Black Lives Matter founder Patrisse Cullors, was seen on LAPD body cam that was recently released.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here.
So now he's just like at this point, man, he's disobeying. Now the cop has to chase him.
Now, get down over there. Turn over on your stomach right now. Turn over on your stomach right now. Turn over.
Yes.
Turn over.
Yes, sir.
Over on your stomach. Get over on your stomach.
Hold on. Okay, please. Please,
Get
sir.
down.
Please don't do this. Please don't do this, sir. Please.
I mean,
Please
don't do what?
From 0 to 100.
It's hard to understand how every single grown adult with a functioning mind can't look at these situations and say, he's acting like a jackass. You can't run a society where you
They
allow
ain't see this part. They ain't see the whole thing, of course. They only seen the part where he died.
They got high.
yeah, I
He
get
probably
that.
don't even have a BMW.
I get that, but this guy right here is just, you can't be a law-abiding citizen and have a problem with what the cops did, and that's the problem we have in America. It's not like gangsters and fucking felons and ex-cons seeing this and being like, man, that's fucked up what they did to him. It's the fucking postal lady that just got killed. It's
The elderly.
It's everybody's like, they look at this and they see a fucking Nazi cop fucking lynching a fucking.
They see slave catchers.
They should have called a stupid ass caseworker if you ask me.
It's fucking crazy, man.
Look at these slave catchers catching
And they
another one
will-
for prison.
they will literally play into, he was scared. Look at him. He was scared. He just asked for some water. Like he looked like a fucking maniac.
Is this over? This is like over a DUI, right? Or
I don't
or an
know.
accident or traffic accident?
I have to look into it because I just learned about this a few minutes ago.
You need,
Help me,
you need-
please.
You
know what? Help me, please. No, please help me. Help me, please. 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 Keenan, relax.
Get it, relax.
And they know him. They've had issues with him before.
Stop, I'm gonna tase you. Stop it, I'm gonna tase you. I'm gonna tase you. Stop it right now. Stop it right now. Turn over. Turn over, I'm gonna tase you.
I mean, at this point, I mean, they've given him fair warning. Like, he knows the tasing is coming. He's not shocked that he's going to take.
Maybe they
But
is trying to kill
if he was
him.
white, they would have bribed him with a cheeseburger.
I was sorry, Rich. You see this, you're gonna start crying.
The thing, did you see that video of Ryan Koberger wanted for 4 murders, up for the death penalty, getting pulled over by the cops in Indiana, and the way he acted in comparison?
Nah, because he's
I saw that.
He's up. I mean, the cops stopped him. As far as he knew, they might have been arresting him and bringing him back right there. They might have been arresting him, bringing him back to Idaho, and he would have been sitting on death row. And this guy is like something that he probably would have gotten released that day.
Oh yeah, there's nothing unless this something we don't know.
If he would have got locked up at all.
Yeah, exactly. He would have been detained and told, like, hey man, don't do that again.
Took to the hospital or something.
Stop it. Yeah,
they would have found out he's related to the founder of BLM, and they would have been like, nah, fuck this, you're good, dude.
Yeah, cut it out.
They take him to the hospital here. I know the pigs, from what I heard. They take him to the hospital.
Yeah, no.
The pigs.
What am I doing?
Dre Wood says he's faking all this to try to get a police brutality lawsuit. He messed up and got himself tased one too many times. Yeah,
he absolutely did too.
Turn over, I'm gonna tase you. Turn over, I'm gonna tase you. I can't. Watch your elbow, partner. You're trying to George Floyd me. You're trying to George Stop it.
Uh-oh. Wow.
He ain't crazy.
That's disgusting.
He just high.
Wow.
They George Floyd me.
Oh my God, man. This is sick.
No, he didn't fucking say that.
We've reached the point in black vernacular that George Floyd is now an action verb.
Yep.
He's hanging out with George Floyd now.
Yeah, definitely, man.
George Floyd in heaven.
They're singing slave songs together.
He's sitting on the right hand of St. Floyd, the patron saint of fentanyl.
They hanging out in front of a corner store in heaven, man.
Right, he like, you want some fentanyl? You fuck with it?
Salute to Dilbert Gig, man. He says, "Hi, a cute little one always makes me want to chip in. Pretty sweet. Your Portland correspondent, Doug. Oh, okay. This is not Dilbert Gig. Okay." Salute to Doug, man. Yeah, this ain't Dilbert Gig. Yeah, salute to you, man. Yeah, man, from straight out of Portland, man. He chipping in for the little one, man. Yeah, my daughter had to crash my show earlier, man. Hopefully she's asleep now, man. I hope so, man.
Stop it, or I'm gonna tase you. Okay, stop it, or I'm gonna tase you. Stop it, or I'm gonna tase you. Stop resisting. Please stop resisting. Please. I'm a taser.
He would say, they're trying to George Floyd me, and beg for the officers to stop. Then LAPD officers would deploy their taser on Anderson. Once it appeared Anderson calmed down, they tased him again and again and again. It would go on for another 26 seconds. Then they would tase him for another 5 seconds. The video would cut to Anderson being taken away on a stretcher. The Guardian would report footage from the January 3rd encounter released on Wednesday showed that Keenan Anderson, a 31-year-old high school teacher and father, was begging for help as multiple officers held him down and at one point said, they're trying to George Floyd me. One officer had his elbow on Anderson's neck while he was lying down.
It's no longer a knee on the neck, now it's an elbow.
Well, he was trying to take the guy's own arm from around his neck.
Hey, that's not any elbow. That's the people's elbow.
Wow, they're doing this.
That's the white man's elbow.
They should have given him the choice. Like, me or
No,
elbow,
that was a Sunman cop holding him down, was it?
And dude probably was super strong at that moment too.
Wow.
That's the elbow of 400 years of oppression.
Yeah, man. That's the same elbow of the same guy that if he wasn't in uniform, that you try to rob. It's funny how when you see the same white guy walking down the street, you're like, oh shit, that's food right there. He
Nah,
throws
that was
on
a black
uniform.
elbow.
A black man had an elbow on him.
Oh,
What's that say about our school teachers today when this dude's in the street babbling about a bunch of nothing and can't take any directions from authority when he works as an authority figure?
He high.
How ironic.
He's high as fuck.
Yeah, but all he has to teach these
Before-
kids nowadays is how to hate white people. So, the job is easy now.
Or another tased him for roughly 30 seconds straight before pausing and tasering him again. After Anderson was taken into custody, he was given medical attention by the LA Fire Department and was transported to the hospital where he went into cardiac arrest and died, per the LAPD. Colors would write on Instagram, "This is my cousin, Keenan Anderson. He was killed by LAPD in Venice on January 3rd, 2023. My cousin was an educator and worked with high school-aged children. He was an English teacher. LAPD has killed 3 people this year. One of them is my family member. Keenan deserves to be alive right now. His child deserves to be raised by his father. Keenan, we will fight for you and for all of our loved ones impacted by state violence. I love you." Anderson is the father of a young boy and an educator. He died after going into cardiac arrest on January 3rd, but LAPD didn't release a public statement acknowledging the death until 3 days after. LAPD policy states that there is no preset limit of number of times a taser can be used in a tactical situation. However, officers should generally avoid repeated or simultaneous activations to avoid potential injury to the suspect. Fellow officers are required to intercede when present and observing another officer using force that is clearly beyond that which is necessary. National data has shown that roughly 10% of killings by police each year start with a traffic encounter, and that 1 in 3 people killed were fleeing before lethal force was used. Last year was the deadliest year for police violence since experts started tracking killings nationwide in 2013, according to a recent analysis. The LAPD also has fatally shot 2 people this year. While some law enforcement officials and reform proponents have argued that tasers are a less lethal weapon and an important tool to reduce police violence, experts and racial justice advocates have increasingly raised concerns about the mass deployment of stun guns. There is growing evidence of the potentially fatal consequences of taser use, with a Reuters investigation finding more than 1,000 cases between 2000 and 2018 where people died after they were tased. Studies have also raised questions about the claim that tasers provide a useful alternative to firearms, with research in San Francisco and Chicago suggesting that the widespread adoption of stun guns did not reduce fatalities, but that police were using tasers in cases when they previously would have used no weapon. There have also been more than a dozen shootings by police in which the officers claim they accidentally used their gun instead of their taser, including the deaths of Oscar Grant and Dante Wright.
Okay, man.
We ain't never free.
Oh, and how did the taser kill him if he died in the hospital?
He got
cardiac
too many
arrest.
volts.
He died out several hours later, from what I saw.
Yes. Volts don't stay in your body.
But the effect, they're going to say the effect of the volts.
So he worked with high school students. That's who gave him the drugs.
I was about to say the effect wouldn't be just the taser, it'd be the drugs in the system too. Like,
And wouldn't that mean
toxicology report?
Yeah, the drugs.
Yep.
Let's see. Salute to.
And they won't give him ketamine now when they're like that, because that one kid that died in Colorado.
Salute to Andrea S. Man, she says video. Okay, I guess for the video. Salute to Andrea S. Man. Appreciate you. Let's see a little bit more.
A black teacher dies after a violent arrest by the LAPD. Here's the video.
These
gotta go,
motherfuckers
man.
have
I'm
no
How
hollering at
torturous
skill.
did this fucking guy act?
Hey,
Have a seat up
Doc,
against the wall there.
I just
Okay. Have a
put
seat
in
against.
the
It's colors.
I just put in the chat the link to the actual thing that caused it. He had an accident. After the accident, he tried to escape the scene. He was running
Also,
around erratically in traffic.
you have the
It's
precursor.
not a video. It's like a press website. I just put it in the chat over here.
Okay, salute.
Hey, I would love to see Richie behind bars with these boys. To see how he interacts with them, because he knows what it is.
So what happened is, let me hold on. Let me. So basically, we can get.
Yeah, he was fleeing the scene of the accident that he caused, and he got called because he was in traffic causing dangerous, being in danger, and they came up to try to talk to him, and then he went into freak out mode.
On January 3rd, officers were flagged down. So they weren't just going around hunting some people. They were flagged down around 3:40 p.m. at Venice and Lincoln Boulevards following a traffic collision. Witnesses said the man who caused the collision was running in the middle of the street and behaving erratically. So he was under influence. That's what caused the accident. Some good weed. I bet it was some good weed. I promise you. I'm betting. I'm saying right now it was some good weed, because everyone wants to act like it's always some big drug. This weed they smoke nowadays is insane, or synthetic weed, whatever. It's insane. That should have had you.
He also had cocaine in his system, so it could have been the reaction of both of them together too.
Oh yeah, too. Okay, so they did a toxicology report already.
So he had cocaine.
Oh, he was speedballing like a motherfucker.
Well, okay, so he had coke. Okay,
And he's a teacher.
yeah,
With high school students.
Yep. So it says initially it is reported by LAPD that Anderson sat down on the curb and cooperated. But as additional units arrived at the scene after the call for DUI investigation, Anderson suddenly attempted to flee. We saw that. Okay, we saw that. So it started with a car accident.
I'll tell you something. I'll bet you that if they would allow them to use more physical force than use the tasers, he'd still be alive.
Yep.
Bring back the batons.
Yeah, if they were to allow them to use more physical, because they had about 5 guys, they could have restrained them.
They have batons, Leo.
But they get so
they're
strong.
They have
No,
batons.
they're not allowed to have batons anymore.
LAPD doesn't have batons.
No, they lost them right after they beat the shit out of that one dude.
Yeah, well, I don't think
Rodney
cops
King.
anywhere in America have batons anymore.
No,
you can take that baton and you can pin his head down, and you have the leverage to make sure he stays down, and you can't pinch his neck or anything with it because it's got a 90-degree angle on it, so you can't pinch his neck with it, and he can't move. And then when he can't move and can't twist, you can get his arms pinned behind his back. But when he twists,
look at Rodney King. He didn't die.
Yeah. Let me.
And how much you want to bet sooner or later someday some man or some mammy out here is going to be like, you can't tase him because you don't know what kind of drugs he could have in his system. He could be on coke and that'll give him a heart attack. So you can't tase him. You can't tase
That is
people.
a policy though, where he just said it's already in the guidelines for the tasing. That what he just said. It's already there.
Wow.
Some departments already had to consider
I
that.
think maybe he tased him too many times, too quick, maybe.
Yeah, but he died 5 hours later when he had a heart attack in the hospital.
Yeah,
Maybe it was just his time to go, y'all.
Could have been the coke.
I think it was excited delirium.
Yeah, I think
he was on a couple of different drugs.
Oh yeah, but what is the most common thing in excited delirium? Amphetamine use.
Well, yeah, but in another scenario, that guy could have taken out a whole family.
He
could have raped.
Oh, I know.
He would have raped that black woman that's out there caping for him.
He's driving that high.
These sisters want the cops to just let him go. Get the fuck out of here.
Salute to Aster J. He says he teaches English but does not understand English. Yeah, man, that's real. Salute to Michael G. Michael G says, dude had coke and weed in the system. Yeah, man. All right, I guess we figured out what happened to Patrice Cullors' cousin, man. He died of
She's trying to
coke
get
and
paid
weed,
now. She's like, fuck you, pay me.
coke and weed overdose, man. We're gonna put that on him. Now to the story in DC, man. The update on this little 13-year-old prodigy that was, gunned down at the library by evil white supremacists.
Tamir reincarnated.
Employee who shot and killed a 13-year-old boy in Northeast DC. It's been 6 days since Karan Blake was killed. Police say the man allegedly saw Karan breaking into cars and shot him multiple times. That employee is now on administrative leave, paid administrative leave. He has not been charged as of right now. So what are police looking into at this moment? They say the man had some kind of, quote, interaction with Karan Blake before shooting him multiple times. So what led to this so-called interaction? I spoke with a local firearms instructor who says that moment is key.
It's always going to depend on your intent and then your justification.
In this handbook provided to firearms instructors in D.C., they remind those who have legally registered firearms that D.C. case law has established middle ground, meaning you should take reasonable steps, such as stepping back or walking away, to avoid the necessity of taking a human life. At the same time, it explains you do not have to retreat or consider retreating when
None of these rules were made with some people in mind. These were all made with glider shooters and glider suspects.
Oh,
in mind.
no, Ock. These were made specifically with some people in mind. Any law that says you have to leave your own home to escape a criminal is made with some people in mind.
No, but I'm talking about nature. Their nature in mind. Like it probably was made with the racial element, but it's not made with their nature in mind. Some people, him him having a 13-year-old coming outside, a 13-year-old's breaking into cars, there's glass everywhere, there's a stolen car running with the door open. Right there, it's two more of them breaking in other cars. You come outside, it's not gonna be running. They're not gonna just run off and into the night.
No.
Like
And let's not
approach you with
forget,
static.
it was 3 of them, not just the one.
Exactly. They're gonna approach you with static. They're coming at you like you're the one in the wrong. You're bothering them. So you gotta understand that it's a different dynamic than what I think the normal person thinks. I come outside, the kids just bolt. All you hear is panting and footsteps as they're running away.
Sometimes they don't do that though.
It's not how it works, man.
Sometimes they be ready to shoot.
Yeah,
they do. And they
firearms.
do.
The
Not
DC
ready,
case
they
law has
shoot.
established middle ground, meaning you should take reasonable steps, such as stepping back or walking away, to avoid the necessity of taking a human life. At the same time, it explains you do not have to retreat or consider retreating when you actually believe that you're in danger of death or serious bodily harm. But it gets more complicated. The guide states generally you may not use deadly force to protect your property.
I don't know if his car been broken into a couple of times or whatever, but under no circumstances should you ever shoot to take someone's life or injure someone over property. That's what insurance is for. Call the police.
The guy
Fuck out of here.
That's a shitty firearms instructor.
Yeah.
Copy, bitch.
He's probably cool with that alderman in Chicago. Huh? That's his boy.
The insurance has a deductible, man. It's still going to cost you money out of your pocket. It might not replace your car, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's
And
an inconvenience.
they might not cover it at all.
Yep.
See, and it all feeds into the bigger picture of just trying to, make people accept communism, and because property rights is like the country's fucking pretty much founded on property rights,
I don't
so
think
that's
all. Communism.
It's a deep-seated brainwashing shit that they're trying to get people to accept communism.
You're right. I mean, because they were.
Well, let's put it this way: in 49 states, you cannot defend personal property with deadly force. You can use non-deadly force, and then if somebody escalates it to deadly force, you can defend yourself for deadly force. But you cannot use deadly force in defense of property except in Texas. by case law.
Actually, in Texas, you can't either.
Yo, this ain't about communism. This is about sonism. Let's be honest. Racism.
Yeah, but there's a bigger picture going on
Yeah,
here.
they're
We all
they're using this. These people are being used for their ultimate goal.
This is
they're the useful idiots.
It's to make people more hesitant against
Yeah,
protecting
they're all
their
being
property.
used. Yes.
It's to make people more hesitant against protecting their property.
I think it's the liberals being the liberals.
I mean, I heard lines like, you know,
Well, the liberals are very communist.
No, I heard during the whole during the BLM riots, I heard things like, you know, oh, your property is your privilege. You don't have a right to your property.
Yeah, screw that.
I heard them saying that kind of stuff, man. No, this is.
I mean, I've heard them say all kind of delusional shit about that. I mean, that's what they do, right? The Sunman does what he does, and they do what they do.
But it's not just a Sunman thing. It's not just a Sunman thing. It's a Marxist way of thinking. You don't have property because you probably stole it from someone else. So we're gonna redistribute your property to everybody. No,
I'm not talking about the property. I'm talking about the victimizing people.
No, I'm talking about the mindset. It's a Marxist mindset. That whole
victimizing people.
No,
the
preying on people.
No, the
idea that you can't protect your own shit.
Yeah,
but I'm referring. Well, I don't know.
You got to
those same people will say you're wrong for protecting yourself. It's the same way I think. Your body is your property. And those same people will say that your property doesn't belong to you. It belongs to everyone else. And so they can do with it whatever they wish. And if you try to protect it, then you're some type of evil.
Yeah, but
whatever, so and so that they want to whatever label they want to use.
But even though I don't agree with them, I do understand how they're coming from when they say, "How could you gun down so and so for property?"
Well, why would they risk their life to steal someone's property?
I'll get me and you agree on that, Monty, but I'm just saying from where they're coming from, these liberals.
I know
the idea of hurting somebody for that, it's disgusting. Well, I don't agree with them, but I understand what they're
losers. They're losers.
They are losers.
They have no ambition. They have no drive. They have no industry. They have no thrift, and they're envious of everyone else.
You know what? I noticed that, Monty. I kind of started picking up on that a while ago. You know, people that I know that we're talking about like communism, and they have nothing. They have no ambition to do anything.
My biggest problem with those Marxist people that think like that is those people are not the kind of people that are willing to fight for their beliefs. Communists, like, they're not willing to go out and fight for what they believe in.
All I'm saying, is if you broke, just say you broke, bro.
Yeah, man.
So in Texas,
DC police also suggests if you're the aggressor, self-defense cannot be claimed if you deliberately put yourself in a position that will provoke trouble.
I would never engage an individual because I'm putting myself in harm's way. I don't know if it's one person, if there's a lookout.
So did Karan approach the gunman who was checking on his car, or did the gunman go after the teen? Now it's only the gunman's words. That's why investigators are asking for witnesses to come forward and for video to see how this all played out. Now, DC Police Chief Robert Conti says the gunman's firearm is evidence and has been confiscated while their investigation continues.
Yeah, but can we just pause for a moment and really talk about
at least one of those kids was strapped, man. I'm sorry.
What is Mammy about to say?
Investigation continues.
Yeah, but can we just pause for a moment and really talk about the serious issue of gun violence in our community? Because if you look at this map, you can see that the dots mark a shooting where one or more people were hurt or killed that we've reported on this year. This year, it's January 12th. There are 11 dots on that map. That's 11 different shootings just 12 days into a new year.
Yeah, and that doesn't even account for the number of people who were actually shot, let alone how many families have been affected by this. Look, the district has several programs that help communities impacted by gun violence.
We went through many of those, not many, we went through a drop in the bucket of those programs last night. No solutions, man.
You're right. The use of the word gun violence, it does take away from what's really going on. They do need to call it murders.
Yeah, these kids, because gun violence lumps in what that guy did with the fucking guy who fucking shoots some lady, walking home from work for fun.
They look up in suicide as well.
They're both gun violence. Yeah.
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 Well, these people count suicide as gun violence too, so. Oh, God.
Hi, soulmates. Plenty to discuss today. It is Thursday, January 12th. Welcome to Fox Soul's Black Report. I'm Courtney Hicks.
And I'm Nicordelai Corte. We are
Wow,
honored,
we
as
so
usual, to
fat.
stand right here behind the desk each day to take you on a journey across Black America and the stories that impact our people.
We are committed to bringing you our news, our views, and our voice. Topping our news today, we're learning new details surrounding the shooting death of 13-year-old Karan Blake. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser confirmed the man who shot and killed Karan is a D.C. government employee. The shooting happened on Saturday morning on Quincy Street Northeast. Mayor Bowser spoke about the tragedy at a community meeting this week as well.
What makes me so sick is that we have a 13-year-old that was at middle school on Thursday and Friday, and by the weekend he was dead. And sadly, it's not that different from other young people who have been killed in our city.
She smiles about it.
Well,
He said it's not. Hold on.
After middle, he wasn't at middle school when this happened, though. See?
Listen to what she said. She said it's not that different from other kids that get killed in this city. This is actually way different in the way
It's
other
totally different. What is she talking about?
And this kid was at middle school Thursday and Friday. And then he was out stealing from cars fucking Saturday night. Early Sunday morning.
She's a mammy.
What was this kid doing out on the street at 4 a.m.?
Where's his mother? Where's his guardians?
Exactly.
Why they never hold the parents accountable?
You don't want to know, bro, Sugar. Trust me.
Spoke about the
Because you
tragedy
can't
at a
hold some
community
people
meeting this week
accountable.
as well.
What makes me so sick is that we have a 13-year-old that was at middle school on Thursday and Friday, and by the weekend he was dead. And sadly, it's not that different from other young people who have been killed in our city. And we know who pulled the trigger in this case. We don't always know who pulled the trigger. And in many of the cases where a young person dies, it's another young person that did the shooting. So what's the same is that we have a young person that should be alive.
The mayor added the
He
man
was dead.
is on paid administrative lead. At this hour, he hasn't been charged.
By saying that the young person should be alive, she's convicting the guy in the court of public opinion.
Yeah, that guy was. They know who the guy is because he stayed there and gave the kid malpractice.
Y'all remember that show you did last night about the lady at the gas station and she was getting carjacked? Now, if she was getting carjacked and that same man would have saved her butt from that 13-year-old, I wonder would she be singing the same tune?
Yeah, I mean, I think this case, this mammy, her hands are tied because it's one of her employees, and she takes his side, and she's defending him because he's one of city employee. But I think she went a little bit too far.
Be neutral. How about that? Try to be neutral.
No. I think she went a little bit too far by saying that the kid should be alive.
She doesn't know what the fuck was going on.
You don't know what happened. So by saying he should be alive, in my mind, I'm hearing, okay, the kid should be, so the guy did something wrong.
Right.
And that was it. I think that only helps to fan the flames. Black folk don't need no reason to be outraged, and you're giving them a little bit.
It's another young person that did the shooting. So what's the same is that we have a young person that should be alive.
The mayor added the man is on paid administrative lead. At this hour, he hasn't been charged.
In Philadelphia, one of the country's oldest medical organizations is apologizing.
I find it weird that I remember you showed a video the other day when they were talking about the story. They said he was on administrative leave. They didn't mention that he was on paid administrative. Now they keep throwing that out.
Yeah, because they want to make the public get upset about it.
Yep.
Yeah. Even though they really have
They
no business putting him on administrative leave, period.
No,
Well,
administrative.
they doing an
they also
investigation,
didn't
so they got
mention
to.
A
they also
13-year-old
didn't
boy was
mention the guy's black either.
He black?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's black, but they left that shit out because the implication of the story is that the shooter was white.
Initially.
Oh.
But he a whole brother. Who gave CPR? How about that? Kudos to that man.
He put his mouth on that little boy.
I didn't hear that part. I heard he was giving him chest compressions.
Yeah, they don't. Rescue breathing isn't done very much anymore.
Yeah, no, fuck that. You're gonna die if that's me. I'll give him chest compressions though. You know? I'll give him that pep talk.
13-year-old boy was shot and killed in Northeast DC at 4 a.m. Saturday morning by a homeowner in the area who claimed the young boy was breaking into vehicles. Karen Blake, a sixth grader, was shot multiple times. Karan Blake, a sixth grader, was shot multiple times, though police say there was no indication that he was armed. When investigators arrived at the scene, the homeowner was found performing CPR on Blake, who was pronounced dead at the hospital. Police have not yet publicly identified the shooter.
Blake's school, Brockland Middle School, shared pictures of him, describing him as a, quote, quiet and inquisitive sixth grader who loved football and fashion. The tragic death has left some members of the community outraged. One local social justice organization tweeted, "A grown man shot and killed a 13-year-old boy. DC police has identified the killer, but has decided not to make an arrest or even release the name of the killer. We won't let Mayor Bowser cover up this murder." This could, I think, end up being a pretty divisive story, or a story with a lot of people on the other sides. I mean, he was, according to the person who shot him.
According to the person who shot him.
He was,
according to the fact that there was glass everywhere. You can even see that in the scene when the cops are fucking processing to see there's broken windows and glass on both sides of the street. There was a car running with the door open that was stolen, that was linked to Karan.
And you see how this sister's looking at this white dude right here? She got them laser beams on him.
He's a whole man.
And
they say
he was, according to.
And she would have got beat up in my neighborhood too. I'm serious. A woman like her would have got beat up and jumped and talk about.
And they say a grown man shot a kid. Well, how often does a kid shoot a grown man? At least twice as often.
The person who shot him.
According to the person who shot him.
He was, they were trying to steal cars or break into cars. He was with, I read the local news story. He was with two other people. This is 4 a.m. And they were cited in a car that their getaway car was a stolen car. It was on that street. It had been stolen from that street. And that they were, the theory being that they were trying to steal other cars. Obviously, we have to know more about exactly what happened.
Why do you have to know more? That's a lot right there, buddy. If that was a white guy, all you have to know is that they were white.
And we also know that cancer will never be cured.
They're trying to hedge
because this young man died.
They're trying to hedge their bets so they can at least say they've done as much research as possible to try to get the look on her eyes to try to dim it down just a bit, because you can tell that she just hates him.
Yeah, she hates him for reading facts.
Yeah,
but that's some context for this.
My feeling is that I don't especially need to know more about what happened, because
she doesn't need to know more.
Because she gonna say because it's a 13-year-old little boy and he's dead, and that's all that matters right now.
What happened, but that's some context for this.
And what could he possibly have been doing to deserve that?
More about what happened, because the penalty for stealing a car is not the death penalty.
Why not?
She was giving him a full eye roll.
What if it was
the penalty for stealing a horse was death? Because stealing a horse from like a cowboy or something, you could be taking their livelihood away and making them not be able to earn a living. So that was considered a capital offense.
Yo, I'll give her credit to the sisters. They consistent.
They're consistently crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the mammyism is just through the roof on this one. She is, I mean, look, she's not even hiding it. You're supposed to be a professional. You know what I'm saying? She's supposed to
Didn't
be
we see her before doing this? Or is this another
And she's
day?
got those facts sitting right in front of her, just like he does,
But
and
hey,
she does not care.
But not even that, man. Look at this. She's just at the bottom. Like, imagine if she's police chief or something higher.
She very well
That
could be.
same mentality.
She very well could be.
You know?
Yep. She's got a great chance. If she ran for police chief in any city, she would have to be taken seriously as a candidate.
She has my vote.
News story. He was with two other people. This is 4 a.m. and they were cited in a car that is their getaway car was a stolen car. It was on that street that had been stolen from that street, and that they were the theory being that they were trying to steal other cars. Obviously, we have to know more about exactly what happened, but that's some context for this.
My feeling is that I don't especially need to know more about what happened, because the penalty for stealing a car is not the death penalty. And so the idea that a civilian would take it upon themselves to end somebody's life because they saw a car being stolen, maybe not even their car, it suggests to me that there is a pretty significant devaluing of human life and a confusion of what priorities should be. If
He
you
was
don't want a car to
probably
be
defending
stolen,
his life
call
when
the
the guy
police.
came at him.
But don't you complain about the police? This is a crime that the police. What if they don't do anything about
Well, I
it?
think-
They underserve minority communities.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
And I think that it's likely that
They overserve minority communities. They spend 98% of the fucking time in minority
They
communities.
can't
This shit is handed out on a silver platter in minority communities.
No, you notice the glider just became putty in her hands.
Yeah, he knows. He saw
backed way down.
He knows he's getting a complaint filed after this.
It's like you said, I get the money pay right there.
That guy's got a mortgage, man.
If looks could kill, he would have like just literally like disintegrated right
Now, here's the thing. We're told that in this dynamic, the white man versus the black woman, the white man has not just the power advantage, like it's like the lion's share. Like it's not even close how much more power he has in this situation. But time and time again, we see that it's just not true, man.
Even like the hair argument. I can't wear my hair, man. Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
she got her
She
hair
wearing her
nappy.
hair like a 3-year-old.
But she could do that though. Nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, nobody cares.
I would be coming there with my own stats of how many times people have interrupted somebody stealing their car and gotten shot for it, and
Yep.
been like, "Oh, well, this is what happens." He may have been in fear of his life, and then watch her her ears just steam up. It would have been beautiful.
I think in the mind of someone like her who's totally into her feelings, all he has to do is be armed with facts, and that in itself is just insulting to her.
It'd be racist.
Well, that's one of the things, but she's
when
ultra woke.
When her car gets stolen or broken into or carjacked, she'll be yelling about how the cops didn't come fast enough.
That's true too.
Exactly. She has
No, she wouldn't. She would forgive that little boy and say, "We're gonna have to give him a chance."
That's true.
That's
and maybe in public, but in private, she's damning him to hell.
Right.
Somehow all that is
she will
true.
be-
Everything that was said is true.
She will be apologizing for the kid while blaming the police for not getting there and preventing it. At the same time.
Both, yeah. She
Both
was
sides of her
definitely
neck
doing both.
talking.
Police. This is a crime that the police. What if they don't do anything about
Well, I
it?
think-
They underserve minority communities.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
And I think that it's likely that the police, frankly, would also shoot in a way that they shouldn't. But the idea that we should outsource criminal justice to vigilantes who are shooting at children in the dark, I don't know that that's a world that any of us want to be in.
I'm cool with it. But who are stealing
I
your
do.
car? I don't think you have to.
I do.
I don't think you
I
have an
wouldn't be in
obligation
that
to
world.
sit back and let your
I
car
want
be
a
stolen.
Batman in my state.
What time was this at? What time was it at? 4 a.m.
4 a.m.
Oh,
That's
my
true.
God.
Batman, he a Punisher.
Yeah, I can be down with that.
I don't know that that's a world that any of us want to be in.
Judge Dredd.
But who are stealing their car? I don't think you have to. I don't think you have an obligation to sit back and let your car be stolen.
Yes, you do. You're not allowed to shoot people.
Oh man, it's
He
open
said
season
you're
on
not
her.
allowed to shoot people.
It's open season on her.
Hold on. She said you're not allowed to shoot people. Can she tell the criminals that?
Nah, she does.
This
She
the
does. She does.
same woman. She can
That's
go on a
different. That's
vacation
different.
right now with her friends and end up dead in Mexico somewhere.
Yo, now this young man is hanging out with Adam Toledo, wherever the fuck they're at.
Yeah, exactly. Adam Toledo, little homicide, man.
If you want to go and try to physically get into a fist fight with someone, if you want to try to shout and flash lights and scare people away, but if you kill somebody,
a car is not like a ham sandwich. It's cost thousands and thousands
is
of
it
dollars.
worth more than a 13-year-old's life?
But the 13-year-old,
Yeah, it is.
the person stealing
Yeah,
the
it
car
is.
is the
If he's
aggressor.
trying to
They
steal
chose
it,
to
yeah,
steal
it-
a
yeah, it
very
is.
valuable
Hold on, man.
which it's cost thousands and thousands
Is
of
it
dollars.
worth more than a 13-year-old's life?
But the 13-year-old, the person stealing the car is the aggressor. They chose to steal a very valuable piece of property, maybe something you can't get to your job without. Maybe
And they
something,
deserve to be dead?
What do you mean? They started it. They initiated it.
And they deserve to die.
I don't think it's unreasonable to defend your car being stolen with lethal force.
If your
No, I don't.
position is that the punishment for stealing a car is that you are killed, then that's your position. That is not my position.
Not the punishment. I think you should be allowed to try to stop it.
Okay, if you think that you should be able to use lethal force to stop a non-lethal crime, then that is a position that you will have to defend. That is not a position that I share, and one that I think is morally defensible.
I think I'm a better
Shut your
person.
nappy head,
A 13-year-old child is dead. People
didn't deserve
talk
to die,
about.
sister.
We have had conservative. I'm not saying you, but we have had conservatives defend the Stanford prospective rapist as a kid who don't want him to lose his swimming contract at his swimming scholarship at Stanford.
Conservatives
people make
that.
He's bringing up white people.
But they
And no
just saying R. Kelly, who's a pedophile. So what's her point?
Exactly.
And they still play his music. Yeah.
Think about this. Watch how she brings race into it ever so subtly.
A prospective rapist as a kid who don't want him to lose his swimming contract at his swimming scholarship at Stanford. People make mistakes. She was drunk. He was just trying to have.
Stanford guy got put away.
But not before being defended by a lot of people. People have obviously
Like this kid is being defended.
Nobody defended that guy.
Into a conflict zone and saying, well, things happen. He didn't deserve to be
Kyle Rittenhouse
killed. No one should have shot him. Nobody should. And he was perfectly meritorious in shooting and killing other people. It is striking to me that there would be any controversy around the obvious truth, it seems to me, that you should.
So she brought up a Stanford kid who obviously didn't was like, I mean, it's up in the air whether he raped that girl or not. Whatever.
Well, I mean, here's
And nobody came out to defend it, Ak.
Nobody.
The answer.
Nobody.
The answer to her is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Go out and steal a car at 4:00 in the morning, and something might happen. You're putting yourself in a dangerous situation.
I don't think that answer does
committing the
anything.
crime.
I don't think that answer does anything to this woman. That type of answer.
But that is the answer.
Well, she's a square. She's a woke square who can't wrap her head around.
I mean, that kid had been
Basically,
if that kid had been sleeping at home to wake up to hit the books so that he'd be in the honor classes in
Hit the
school.
bugs.
No, he jumped off the porch. He ain't into books. He into
Yeah,
hood
but what
shit.
I'm saying
into the
is that
streets.
kid would have been where he was supposed to be. This would have never happened.
If his parents were there supposed to be,
she's not going to
he'd been
mention
all right.
the parents' role in
He
this.
was right where he was supposed to be, Glenn.
And the guy drunk, the guy and the girl were both drunk at a party, and she claimed rape. I mean, yeah, she
You talking
couldn't
about
give
the third-
consent because she was drunk, but he was also probably drunk. I mean,
Well, we
it
all
happens
know
all the
that
time.
when there's two drunk people, only the male is supposed to behave responsibly.
Yeah, but here's the
That's
thing.
society's rule.
Here's the thing. Here's how this is how she gets you. She brings up two cases of white, a white 18-year-old and a white 17-year-old that were in incidents with guns that are vastly disparate and different than with this case. Where, you know what I'm saying? And she equates him to a 13-year-old getting caught in the middle of breaking into a car, getting shot by another black homeowner.
Not vigilante style, shoot down people who are trying to commit a property crime, and in fact sentence them to death when, if they had been arrested and tried by the police and by the criminal justice system, they would not have been murdered.
I think you're underplaying the seriousness.
The same racist system that the cops would probably kill him anyway.
Of the crime.
That's true. That is a good point. Like now the cops don't kill you every time they encounter you. It's funny how that she
and the same time that they're attacking him, putting his life in peril.
Exactly.
Had been arrested and tried by the police and by the criminal justice system, they would not have been murdered.
Okay, I think you're underplaying the seriousness of the crime he was allegedly going to commit a little bit.
I think you're underplaying the seriousness of what it means to murder a 13-year-old child.
I don't think
it wasn't murder.
Poor people, working people can't just like having your car stolen is a big deal. You might not get it back.
First of all, you don't know anything about who was being victimized here, but regardless, you get your car back.
Doesn't matter.
Someone investigating and finding your car. Joyriding is very common. People joyride in all kinds of communities. Teenagers go and try to find.
What is she talking about?
Teenagers people in traffic accidents joyriding.
But this is what they've turned Grand Theft Auto into when it's youth, is joyriding.
You know how many
I've seen
kids
these dudes hurt
killed in
people, kill people
joyriding
in the
accidents?
process.
Oh yeah.
But here's the main thing, Ak, though. She said we don't know anything about the shooter. She doesn't realize that the shooter is a son man.
Yeah,
if she knew it, she'd shut up right now.
Yeah, I think she think it's a white man.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Find open cars, ride around and abandon them on the side of the road. You can look up statistics about how common this is.
It's very serious, and people absolutely should not do it.
No, people shouldn't do it, but you also
People
shouldn't
get killed
shoot and
during
kill 13-year-old children.
Yeah, I don't think there is a societal obligation to have significant property of yours stolen. You just have to sit back and watch it happen. I don't think
there is a societal obligation
Okay, so you
not
think
to
the
shoot
guy
and kill
could have? You
13-year-old
think he
children.
could have gone and tackled him?
Well, he's a 13-year-old kid. Can we pull the picture up of the child again that was posted by?
You can pull up.
Yeah, there were 3 of them too, and
the
13-year-old kids,
school,
3 of them could still beat your
This
butt.
local news story says there were 3
We
of
don't
them.
know the ages of the other 2
And
either.
this is him in his school uniform.
Right. I promise you,
That's
these
who
dudes will
shot-
kill you in the commission of this crime.
Where his mama at?
Am I wrong, Ak?
These guys, we
will
do
murder
the stories all the time. Like most of the fucking shootings in these cities are done by people in his age group.
Shot and killed. That little boy sitting there at like 4'11".
It wouldn't matter what
child in the
fact
orange
you
t-shirt and
presented to this,
sneakers
then she would
was
still
shot and
think that
killed
shit.
by someone because
yeah.
they didn't want their car taken.
Okay, so he should
How
have
she know
tackled
the
him.
man
He
ain't
should have
4'11"?
fought with him over the. I mean, people have died in this context in D.C. over in the context of cars being stolen. People get accidentally run over.
Which is why I would have stayed in my house and called the police.
Okay, and that is a perfectly.
My thing is, the funny thing is that she's making it seem like the homeowner came out and was like, "On your knees, son."
Right.
Boom! And shot in the back of his head.
So, he came out specifically to shoot him.
Yeah, he shot him. He shot him. He didn't execute him. He shot him. The kid could have survived being shot.
He tried to help him, Mike. He tried to help him. Those
And
they
shot
had
him
a gun on
after
them.
an
They do that all the
altercation.
time.
But there's
So he came over and said, "Hey, leave! Don't! You're trying to steal a car. Get out of here!"
But they
And the son man came at him.
Here's the thing about this woman and other people like her is that it doesn't, like, you're not even if this was a glider that shot this kid, right? Like, that glider would never in 1,000 years be able to say, listen, I watch the news every night. I noticed a certain pattern of behavior in young black kids. They're out here shooting people. They're carjacking. I was scared for my life. I saw one of them reaching. I did what I had to do. Like, she and so many other some people like her will never, even though they know damn well that makes sense. And if it was gliders acting like that, they'd be like, yeah, man, these gliders are out of control, so I shot them, you know? Like,
nah, man, they'll never admit
it's
it.
like They just want to hate white people.
Nah,
They just want to hate white people.
On white
It's
people's
all it is.
dime. On white people's dime, though. She's on a show on a white station and all that shit.
That might be
her
true,
head-
but it's still more than that. It's still about the Sun Man and poor Sun Man. Because again, over here, the Sun Man will shoot at the person coming out the door immediately at 4 a.m. I promise you, chick.
Definitely, catalytic converter thieves have been shooting
Exactly.
people dead.
You read my
Have been
mind.
coming out of the houses. That's why I tell people, man, if you see them, what I always tell y'all, call the police. Don't approach. Call the police. I never tell y'all to fucking go outside.
Let's this sister gets on your bumper.
Yeah,
That's
a legitimate decision to make.
At you. That'll tear away at you. You're just watching someone. You're just watching someone just rip something off your car.
Yeah, I can't do that. I know I can't do that, but hey, I guess right though. I guess not wrong.
Well, they only look at the end result. They don't look at the steps
no,
and where it started.
No,
she doesn't have.
She never even mentioned the little boy mama. Like she never said anything about.
I
his
still
son.
say a loudspeaker where you play the sound of gunshots going off would disperse them like crazy.
Yeah, but here's the thing about this woman. This woman, like, she's beyond the pale. There's nothing you can do to her. She'll be willfully daft if she needs to be. She'll, you can't reason with her.
No,
And
this
that
is
is a perfectly
complete
legitimate
emotional
decision
response.
to make, but the decision not to let them steal your car is also, I think.
Again, you don't even know if it was
he's
this guy.
arguing a dumbass point. He's arguing about the car.
Right. It's not about the car. It's about the specter of getting hurt by
it's about the situation, the dangerousness of the encounter, of that type of encounter. It's not about the car. He's being a fucking kind of a moron. Keep talking
But
about
he should even talk about the guy trying to revive.
Well, he's controlled opposition. He's there to play his little role and provide the little conservative perspective, but he's not going to really say the truth.
No, I think.
Like I said, he's got a fucking mortgage, man.
He could really kill her in an argument, but he can't do it.
I think this guy's gone off script, though. I think this whole thing went off script here.
Oh yeah, it did. Sure.
And in her head,
they've done this before. We've seen it.
And in her head, she's seeing George Zimmerman. That's who she's seeing. Shooting this kid. That's what she sees.
Being stolen, people get accidentally run over.
Which is why I would have stayed in my house and called the police.
Okay, and that is a perfectly legitimate decision to make, but the decision not to let them steal your car is also, I think.
Again, you don't even know if it was this guy's car. The report was that they were trying to steal cars. This person, we've seen stories like this before where people take vigilante measures on behalf of other people, which even
like
further,
the runner in the neighborhood, and that guy should be, those people were prosecuted and should have been. I agree.
Right. So the facts as they are that at least one 13-year-old, who knows what the ages of the other people involved. Frankly, if they were older, it's even more tragic. The idea that he had been caught up with an older crowd, perhaps diminished responsibility.
The whole thing is very tragic.
Sibling,
I mean, what are 13-year-olds stealing cars
but
at 4 a.m.?
I think it is not especially controversial to have an accounting of the value of property versus a life. And it should not be uncontroversial in our society to understand that it is much better to lose a car than to lose the life of anybody, but especially a 13-year-old child. And the problem with these kinds of
I
shootings
don't
is
think the
vigilante
life of
justice.
someone who will take the property of someone else and take the life of someone else is worth a car. I think their life is less worth than that because they are not contributing to society at all. They are tearing down society.
Well, not even that. They don't value their life. They're going to steal a car and risk getting shot.
Yeah, like I said,
This woman would be
I would have
for
answered
abortion
if
after
Adolf
birth.
Hitler was trying to steal your car, would you fucking shoot him?
No.
This woman act like she cares so much about life. I guarantee you, she's fine with abortion up to 9 months.
Guaranteed.
I don't like the fact she keeps saying she's gonna call the cops, and she was probably out there and be like, "Fuck these police, defund them."
Oh,
They
definitely.
Hey,
racist motherfuckers.
she has a slave mindset. The cops are the overseers.
But is she wrong though?
I think this woman is she's definitely super duper. We done videos on her in the past. She's with all.
And they
She's
got
got a bunch
taken
of
down too.
yeah.
But side note, is she a smash though?
Hell no.
She got a
Hell no.
Nah, man, no smash.
She got a bunch of white friends. She got a bunch of pasty white bladder female friends. She moves in white circles. She's that fucking black friend that keeps her white friends hostage.
Most sisters
this,
probably don't even
or shootings at the part on behalf of the police, is that there is no trial, there is no ability to assess the context of what's been going on or mete out punishment in a way that actually fits the crime. It becomes a death sentence for anybody who affects your property. And I think a real problem in this society is valuing material things and property such that there's any conversation to be had at all about what it means for a family to have lost a 13-year-old child because somebody with a gun decided to start shooting in the dark.
No,
Indiscriminate.
because
They didn't
the
seem to
man
care
let
about
him outside the house and wasn't being his mother like she's supposed to be.
Right. They
He need to place blame on his parents and not on that man.
Well, and let's look at it. This kid doesn't have his age printed on his fucking forehead.
Exactly.
You don't know that kid's 13 or 35.
Right, glow in the
in
dark.
the
imprint.
dark.
Yeah, I mean, well, listen, in DC, you have a lot of good street lights, and especially in that area, you know that that's some teenager. You may not know if he's 18 or 13, but your heart's racing. You come outside, they don't scatter. They bring it to you like, what, motherfucker? Fuck, go back in the fuck house, you bitch ass nigga.
Right. I know what I would
you know
think.
what I'm
They got a pipe.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes, and the fact that he didn't have a gun on him, I think we're gonna find out that
I think one of the other two did.
yeah, or that he may have had a gun on him, and you know what I'm saying, it may have been in that stolen car. I wonder if they found a gun in that stolen car. I don't know, but I mean, you usually these guys when they're out doing this stuff at night, they're also robbing and carjacking. So if they have guns on them, so I mean, somebody
They're just
in
hunting.
that mix. Yeah,
They're
exactly.
just hunting. Yeah.
Exactly. And this woman, she's very, very naive about these guys' nature.
He knows that. There's
13-year-old
no way she doesn't know. Chief.
Well, no, but about the 13-year-old. Like, I think she may a little bit not know about a 13-year-old.
She thinks it's because of the white boys, but she knows that he ain't shit.
She got a 13-year-old
choice just made in a
nephew that lives in a good neighborhood, goes to an all-white school, probably biracial,
plays in
and
a
that's who this kid is to her.
plays in a
And she tells him every day he's oppressed.
Yeah, exactly.
Vacuum, the initiating event. We don't know. We need to know more. But according to his telling of what happened, is that a serious crime was taking place.
It's not that serious a crime, not especially as serious. The much more serious crime.
I think that's a little dismissive
The
to
much
say to
more
people
serious
suffering crimes that it's
no,
not that
I'm not
serious.
saying that, Robbie. I'm saying the much more serious crime, rather uncontroversially, is murdering a 13-year-old. Joyriding in a car, murdering a 13-year-old. I don't think there's much room for debate there.
All right, well, I would like to learn more about this. Obviously, I think it's tremendously sad that this happened. I feel for the family. I think it's what we need to talk about. What societal, what systems are there that are letting
Mother and father
kids of this age get into dangerous or not good or antisocial behavior? How is the community being failed?
Oh my God! Did you hear this?
Why is it a failure of
never-
anything but the parents?
Exactly. It starts at home. It's not
we
the
all feel them.
community.
I'm
It's
sure
not
me
the
and you feel
system.
them. We
It's
all
the
feel
mother and the father. It's the guardians.
We all feel them. We're in this
They're
together.
letting
It takes a village.
kids of this age get into dangerous or not good or antisocial behavior. How is the community being failed? It's very sad, but I mean, I feel for people who suffer, who have to live with crimes being committed against them all the time. And
I hope that for all of us who are, who've made mistakes and done things that we regret in our life and committed all kinds of, small kinds.
That wasn't a mistake. They stole the car on purpose.
Crimes that didn't put anybody's life or well-being at risk.
Does this chick bring the same energy when kids get hit with stray bullets? My
No,
brother?
she
No,
doesn't.
she
Oh,
doesn't.
hell
She
no.
doesn't even mention. Yo, she doesn't even mention it.
Yo, fuck
It's
this
Look,
chick.
in Memphis, a guy had got he got killed by the police, and now the NAACP involved.
Mm.
But that was nowhere to be found. Them teenagers got murdered.
If I was that glider man, I would have asked her to name one single black country where that 13-year-old wouldn't have gotten shot for trying to steal something.
He wouldn't have got shot. He would got chopped to death with a machete.
Yep.
I said,
Exactly.
does she
That's
bring
my
the same?
point.
Does she bring the
Doesn't.
same energy as far
Right.
as making a mistake? If a cop say
There you go. Thank you.
accidentally shoots the suspect that's got a phone on him instead of a gun. No, she doesn't.
Thank you. Thank you. Johnny is the man, Ike.
This situation is sad because that little boy, mama and daddy
Where we're
failed
getting
him.
some new details.
So this guy apparently Patrice Cullors' cousin is from DC.
Where we're getting some new details on the death of a DC teacher in Los Angeles. Now, investigators there confirm Keenan Anderson died after police used a taser on him. John Henry has been working this story all night from the newsroom. John, walk us through what we know.
Well, 31-year-old Keenan Anderson worked as an English teacher at Digital Pioneers Academy in Southeast. They said he traveled to Los Angeles to visit family on winter break. Now that school's grappling with the fact Anderson will never come back to teach after a violent encounter he had with Los Angeles.
So now DC got this case and the case of that little boy. Oh God, I gotta go back to DC in a couple of weeks too, man. It's gonna be fucking BLM all over again. Shit.
Police just a week and a half ago.
Keep your head on a swivel, Chief.
Who's trying to kill you? These were the final hours of Keenan Anderson's life. LAPD body camera video shows him in the middle of a busy intersection as police try to get him on the sidewalk. Have a seat against the wall. Police said Anderson had just gotten into a traffic accident and attempted to leave the scene.
Victim of that attempted crime would later tell officers she believed the suspect was trying to steal his car.
Body cam video later showed multiple officers subduing Anderson after he tried to run away from them, too. They're trying to do us time. The chief said Wednesday his officers dry stunned Anderson 4 times in 33 seconds. That's when a taser's placed against a suspect's body. They're trying to kill me. He said the initial probes did not work. Paramedics eventually took Anderson
So
to the
dry stunning. What's the difference between an effect on the heart between dry stunning?
I think dry stunning is it didn't shoot. It didn't actually.
Ain't
go
no
off.
prongs on him.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
so-
dry stunning is just like a regular taser
Oh,
or a stun gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
the
I don't think
hospital.
they
4
killed-
hours later, he went into cardiac.
No.
Yeah. So 4 hours says 4 hours later he went into cardiac arrest.
They didn't
4
kill
hours
him.
later, he went into cardiac arrest and died.
Unclear what role the physical struggle with the officers and the use of the taser played in his unfortunate death.
Say his name.
Keenan Anderson. The attorney now representing Anderson's 6-year-old daughter doesn't buy it.
The force that they used against this man, who was clearly in the midst of troubles, was excessive.
Patrice Cullors, a Black Lives Matter co-founder, posted to Instagram that Anderson was her cousin and he deserves to be alive right now. Meanwhile, the academy where Anderson taught here in D.C. said it's dealing with its third violent loss of a member of its community in the last 3 months. The principal said,
Third violent loss of a member of the community in the last 3 months.
Dang.
And you know how the other two happened.
third violent loss of a member of its community in the last 3 months. The principal said she's angry another talented, beautiful black soul is gone too soon. LAPD
beautiful
did not
hat,
say
so.
Anderson had a weapon, but they also claimed their forensic tests showed he had cocaine and cannabis in his system. Still, they had a final report from the LA County coroner has yet to be released. Leslie?
Boy, this is such a tragic
Cocaine will give you a heart attack for
community that
sure.
now lost 3 people within, months in such tragic ways.
Yeah, wait till we get the autopsy. Be like other drugs too.
Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna find PCP. They're gonna find meth.
If he's from DC, it might be PCP because they do that here.
Yeah, that's how they act when they on PCP. They always think somebody trying to kill them.
And the thirst also brings up spice too.
Yeah, no, he ain't in all that. It's probably
Or, yeah.
K2. It's probably
Yeah,
K2
it sure
or
could be stressed for
PCP.
another reason as well. Too.
K2 ain't no joke.
Yeah, no, it ain't.
And that Patrice Cullors probably haven't talked to their boy since they was children.
Yeah, let me Sebastian Kim says don't make the Sun kids angry. Yeah, shout out to Colin Flaherty. Nate Wade says life is only worth the cost of a condom. Yeah,
It's
man.
cheaper than that.
Yeah, that kid's life wasn't worth much to the people around him if he's out 4 o'clock
Exactly.
in the fucking morning
Yeah.
still a guy.
Seems like
No, and I've heard Ox say, well, kids. I've even heard Ox say, well, kids sneak out. Yeah, and as soon as I got caught doing that shit, my window frame was fucking nailed shut by my father,
Let me see. I had
and
snuck
that
out the
shit ended.
house before too. I snuck out when I was 14, and it was a pack of dogs, and they chased me. I ain't snuck out no more since then.
I'm also sure that your high was red marked from switches as
Oh,
well.
when I got brought home by the police, I remember flying towards the kitchen table, and then I remember waking up in the morning on the floor.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Definitely, man. Definitely.
I used to when I was younger, I used to envy the gliders' upbringing and how safe it was. You know what I mean? Not to be random, but
No,
I
that's
used
not
to
random.
I used to envy it, Mayo, because where I grew up, any day could be yours.
Is that why you don't believe in ethno states, man?
Nah, I feel
No,
you,
no,
Wicked, man. I
look,
feel you.
Rob. No, Rob. If I was you, I'd be scared too. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Say what?
If I was you, I would be scared too. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
You know, it's scary a little bit, un poquito.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me
Stick around white folks, man. You'll be safe.
That's true.
Yep.
I'm telling you, leaving Memphis, it's all I'm around right now. That's true.
But I'm sure you're living in paradise. It sounds.
And I got burrito people. They nice too.
That's what Patrice Cullors did. She moved in amongst white people.
That's true too.
That's
Rich
what
white
they all
people.
do, man.
That's what you're
As soon as
supposed
they
to
get a little
do.
bit of money, they bolt.
That's the goal. That's every black person goal. To move around a bunch of white people, and then no other blacks from your neighborhood come where you at.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Get the fuck away from black people. Making it out. That's what they call it.
Yeah,
Making it
you're
out.
making it out. You made it out. That's what they said to me, girl. You made it out. I'm so proud of you.
That's good, man. I'm happy for
Wasn't
you.
it
and
Dave
your kids.
Chappelle said I would do
Breaking news
everything to
from
keep them out of there?
Yeah, trying to keep him out of Ohio.
Yeah, for your kids, bro, sugar, man. That's a beautiful thing for real.
I tell them it's
Breaking
terrible
news.
where I'm at, so they won't come. I say the people racist up
The
here and everything.
microaggressions are too much.
Yeah, I say they racist. It's terrible, girl.
It's
Don't
very
come up here.
microaggressive, man. They
Yeah,
microaggressive is above.
just hope that Memphis earthquake never happens and they all start running like they did from Louisiana when Katrina hit.
Just tell them about the grapes inside the chicken salad. They'll leave. They'll stay away.
Yeah.
News from Prince George's County Police right now. Officers tell us they've arrested and charged a 17-year-old boy in that deadly shooting at a gas station in Largo in December. And that boy will be charged as an adult.
Yeah, he's accused of killing this man here. Lee Alexander Thomas died at a hospital after that shooting. His family told us Thomas was just trying to fill up at his neighborhood gas station when the suspect tried to steal his car. That teen suspect...
You don't fill up in your neighborhood gas station. You go to the white neighborhood and fill up and drive all the way.
And here's the thing. This guy right here, because this neighborhood,
It'll probably be cheaper too.
I'm familiar with this neighborhood right here, campus, Largo, and whatnot. It was a very nice black neighborhood back in the 80s and the 90s, man. But now it's just like Washington, D.C., but it's fucking gated communities and it's fucking houses, townhouses, and you go out there, you would think you in fucking Mayberry, and it's a 100% black neighborhood, and now it's
And
fucking
then to
dangerous.
be a Philly gas station where you can fill up a security guard there with the AR-15.
Yeah, let me just show you what Largo, just so y'all can know. Largo. I mean, it just it just doesn't look like it would be a fucking very dangerous place, man.
Oh, that's nice.
Let me see. Let me see if I can find
That second one looks like a hood tour.
yeah, but that's yeah. This is all right. Yeah, this my boy DMV Hoods and News, man. He keep that.
Hey, my man on the scooter gang, 50cc mob. You hear me? We out here. Sign up. I swear. Oh shit. The fuck? What's up? Nah, ain't no problem. Ain't no problem, bro. I was just looking. I brought a scooter too. I was just looking at the joint. Yeah. Huh? Oh no. It ain't good.
And he already got into some trouble.
Hell yeah.
He copping the plea. He copping a serious plea right there. Oh shit.
Hey,
About to get shot by the guy on the scooter.
Scooter gang, 50cc mob. You hear me?
That dude heard him say something about scooter gang or some shit. He's like, hold on, wait.
Mob, and that's it.
He came back like, hold on, what you say, cuz?
He got that camera out. That's a little suspicious too.
That show. Now he ain't got a camera. He got a cell phone. It don't. When he do this stuff, you wouldn't be able to tell he was doing it. He got like it looked like it's just somebody holding their cell phone like this. You wouldn't think he was doing what he doing.
Okay. Hey, my man on the scooter gang, 50cc mob. You hear me? We out here. Sign up. I swear. Oh shit. The fuck?
He seen him coming back. He like, oh shit.
Area Vibes has Largo, Maryland at a C-, and
what's up?
Nothing on murder, rape, robbery, and
Nah, ain't
assault.
no problem. Ain't no problem, bro. I brought a scooter too. I was just looking at the joint. Yeah. Huh? Oh no. It ain't good. Oh shit. Nigga pulled up on me. Nigga pulled up on me like shit though. Oh shit. I thought the nigga was gonna pull out the dog and all that shit. I was like, oh shit.
That's like the highlight of a some person day.
Yeah.
Like we survived that one. You see the white queen of Memphis died.
Who?
The white queen.
Boy, DMV Hoods and News right here for a live. This is a part.
Who's the white queen of Memphis?
Lisa Marie Presley.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Two, my motherfucker Largo Road shit. So,
okay.
whole time, I had to get my investigation on this shit because I wanted to know exactly where Cutifoot was from. Now I'm no police shit or investigating shit, but I'm good at that shit, so fuck it, why not? You know what I'm saying? Basically, man, we right here by Prince George's County College, Prince George's Community College. If you need, you know what I'm saying? If you hoes need them, need what can I say? Y'all need to get y'all registered nurse or LPN, you know what I'm saying? Certifications over here. I miss living in a basement, bruh. You save so much money. If I wanted to go get a pair of fresh jeans, I get them if I want. He be, you know what I'm saying? He from Prince Place too, you know what I'm saying? I think he just claims
it's
the whole.
hard to tell because it's like
this is the kind of idiot I'm supposed to be afraid of, Wicked. Like what's so scary about him?
This looks like a nice neighborhood. It looks fucking clean.
Hold on.
I'm saying this dude taking the video, like this is the type of dude that I'm supposed to be scared of. Why?
Well, I don't know him, but you know better than you know.
No. But why are gliders supposed to be afraid of a people they already conquered? I'm curious.
Though. You are
because
scared
they will kill you.
Who am I scared of though? Who am I scared of?
From what I could tell, you're scared of the brothers.
I
I know damn well that if a brother get loud with you, you know what it is. From what I've heard you say, anyway.
Really?
You better know what it is.
You don't fucking know me very well, man.
No. But from what I've heard you say,
You don't
I'm not
fucking
trying to
know me very
disrespect
well.
you.
Hey, you don't want to
I
get
don't
sunny
think.
up
Yeah,
in
you
here.
are trying to disrespect me, actually, because you only talk to the gliders like this, bro. Like, because I'm a glider, I gotta automatically fear your fucking melanin, bro. My people already conquered you. You speak my language, motherfucker. You speak my language, motherfucker.
Why are you yelling?
You count the days on my calendar, motherfucker.
That means nothing. That means nothing, Rob.
Cause I'm just making a point, bro. I'm just making a point.
Okay, but you know that means nothing, right? Like if these motherfuckers got you
I
like walking with your head down,
I don't
that
give a
means
fuck,
everything.
dude. I don't give a fuck. I'm just pointing out that people don't need to be afraid of these guys. They're fucking idiots.
Hey, I think, Rob, that they should use the government they have, use the law enforcement, use the military. Shut it down. That's what I think. But
scared of a snake and being willing to put down a snake.
Let's do Philadelphia. Let's go to Rob's hometown, man. Let's go to
Right,
Rob's hometown, man.
let's see the gliders hold it down.
Hey, Rob, like, man, listen, man, you ain't gonna be talking to me like that, wicked.
Hey, man, I fucking hate the gliders in my hometown too. I honestly do, because most of they let y'all fucking run wild. But you ain't gonna fucking tell me I'm fucking scared. All right?
Oh my gosh.
All right, hit me up after the show. I'll give you my address. You can come out and see how fucking scared I am, bro.
Don't do that.
He want
You can ask all the neighbors on my block how fucking afraid I am.
Okay, King XY.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Rob?
Yeah, but the difference between me and him is I'm serious.
Hey,
the
Rob,
difference between me and him is I'm serious.
Rob. What neighborhood do you live in Philadelphia, if you don't mind telling me?
West Philly, 19139 area code.
Is Mayfair in West Philly?
Hell no, that's in Northeast Philly. That's White Town. I wished I lived in Northeast Philly. I wouldn't have to deal with half of the bullshit.
Okay, this is where this story is from. Okay, let's see.
Oh, I know about that. Yeah, that big ass shooting in Northeast Philly. There's a bunch of Sun teams.
Teenage boys and a 24
I like his
man were ambushed and executed coming home from a trip
Yeah,
to the
she
mall.
could catch a smash.
Denver police met with the community tonight. Understandably,
He smashed a
just
black
want to know if
woman.
it's safe.
Yes, they certainly do. Over 100 people
Say
showed
what?
up for this meeting to meet with police to discuss gun violence and safety in their neighborhood. Some people are so afraid for themselves and their families, they plan on moving out of Mayfair.
A lot of killings. It's been a lot.
People are very angry, frustrated. I mean, it's like a broken.
This is the gliders you talking about coming out, Rob. This is your glider contingency.
Yeah. These are the gliders that I hate because they won't fucking stand up to all the brown folks.
Show me the gliders you love. I want to see them. Where they at?
They're down south where I unfortunately don't live.
Where's down south at? Like
where I'm at.
Hold on, let me move along, man.
Emotions are high in Mayfair.
Like I said, bro, like you're talking in my language, acting like my people didn't conquer yours.
That means
That's
nothing.
what I'm
Rob.
saying.
That
like
means nothing. You're.
I don't give a. I don't know. It apparently means something. It apparently means something.
Rob.
It means something, bro.
If it makes you feel better when you go to sleep, fuck it. It means something. But when you wake up and you walk around, you better know what it is.
Loves to stir the pot.
Exactly.
No. Am I wrong?
Nah, you do love to stir the pot.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. No, you're fucking. No, dude, you're fucking disrespectful. And I noticed you do it a lot to the white boys.
No,
all right?
Fuck you.
Man, fuck you, dude. If I had more melanin in my skin, you fucking talk to me with respect.
Hey, all I'm saying is, if somebody kicks me out this chat, then I'm shooting up the chat.
You gotta go. You don't gotta go home, but you gotta go.
Hey, so hold on.
You shooting up the chat is funny.
Rob. So after this, I just want to play the video. I just want a quick answer though, because I gotta move along. you said this area is full of white people, Mayfair, and we're seeing the town hall meeting in response to
Yeah,
this.
it's like white people. It's a lot of Russian and Polish and Czechoslovakian immigrants, and that's big time Jew town up there too. Like the majority of the Jews live up there in that area.
Okay, fine. Now, these people are talking about moving. They're not talking about fighting. They're talking about moving after all the murders, the black people murdering people.
Look who the city council is. Look who the city council is.
No, but what
It's
I'm
all
saying is you are very, gung ho about it. You're very, chest out, shoulders back. But the majority of gliders are not like that, man. They're just taking this shit. They taking it like they getting ran through, like, you know what I'm saying?
If we were any less merciful than what we are in our nature, would your people stand a chance?
No.
The answer is no. The answer is an emphatic no. You should
But they're
be
not.
thankful we're so merciful.
Well, we are.
We're
very thankful.
But if you stand alone against these black people and the white people don't help you, what are you gonna do?
Hey, then you know what? Then if that's the way I gotta go, then that's the way I gotta go. I'll explain it to God when I get there.
But that's what they're talking about. That's why they're saying to be afraid, because they're not gonna help you.
Yeah, but I'm not afraid. You don't have to agree with me. Nobody has to agree with me. And I don't hate people of other races. People fuck that up. I don't hate people of other races. I've just come to a point in my life where I notice certain patterns and I don't want to live around that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why, I live in West Philly now. I'm under fucked up circumstances that, life just tends to happen. But I'm saving the fuck up to move the fuck out of here too. Because I don't want to die here. I don't want to get old in Philadelphia. Philadelphia fucking sucks. I want to go move out in the sticks and be in nature, like a glider.
Yeah, I think he's just saying, like, when he says be afraid, he doesn't mean like you're gonna piss your pants and hide under the table. He just means, watch your back.
Yeah, but no, because I've been dealing with this all my life. I've lived around but like I don't live in no glider neighborhood. I never lived in a glider neighborhood, and this is just how people with color talk to gliders. They talk to gliders like we're just supposed to be scared of them. And no, fuck that. I'm not with all that shit.
I mean, I won't disagree with you. I did half and half. Like, I used to live in an all-black neighborhood. You're not wrong. Like, it's like they hate you.
No, they talk to anybody weaker. They talk to anybody that's nicer. They do other black people. If a black person,
no, they will. You're right about that, but they will pick on you if you're the only white person.
No, but
like
that's
they pick up on you first, and when you're gone, let me tell you something. When you're gone, it's the half and half they're picking on.
No,
and then when he's gone, they're fighting amongst each other, but they will always gang up on the white person.
No. Here's the thing that you not. Here's the thing you not understand, because if you were a glider, right, and you were tough as nails and you didn't take no shit, they wouldn't fuck with you, man.
Sure won't.
It's the fact that it's your vulnerability.
No. If you're a glider and you don't take no shit, all it takes is 2 or 3 more of them.
No. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying.
They'll fight you in a pack. They don't fight you.
No. It's not like that. Listen, I've been around black dudes all my life, and the one thing that they respect is if you'll stand up to them. Yeah. If you just stand up to them, the very first time they try some bullshit, you gotta stand up to them, and it don't matter if it don't matter if you can whip their ass or not. They just want to see you stand up for yourself.
Yeah,
that's how you survive in Blackistan.
If they see vulnerability,
and trust me, all these guys on my block, they fucking know. They know if somebody fucks with me out on the street, they're getting a 357 Magnum straight through their fucking chest.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
I'm scared, and I'm just on the panel. I'm fearing for my life right now.
What? Vigilante, man. He's a vigilante.
Hey,
you're safe, brown sugar. I kind of got a thing for black women, so
I think it's evident when there's smoke, there's not always a fire,
it's
bro.
a fight within myself.
You feel me? I think when there's the smoke, there's not necessarily a fire. G.
So Rob, you like laying black dudes down and laying black women down, huh?
No shit.
Look, man, I'm the kind. I don't give a shit what color you are. If you show me that you're a fucking decent person, I'll treat you like you're a decent person.
Now
If you show me that you're a piece of shit, I'm gonna treat you like a piece of shit. And that's just how I am. But I've noticed in my life that I have way more of a chance of being treated like shit and talked down to and talked to like a bitch, or at least attempted to talk to me like a bitch. I notice it's a lot more black folks and Spanish folks too, but a lot more black folks.
Hey, Rob, just know that you're in a safe place right now, bro. I'm glad that you get to.
Yeah. I'm always in a safe place.
Okay, well, you sound very scary, so I'm gonna
fucking God protect me, motherfucker.
You sound very tough, so I'll take your word for it, brother.
I don't give a fuck if you think I'm tough, bro. I don't care. You're missing that part.
Why are you mad at
I
me,
don't
dude?
care. I don't care. I don't like the little smart ass way you talk to me, man. I don't give a fuck either. I don't give a fuck either. That's why I'm fucking telling you, because I don't give a fuck.
Hey, Rob.
Now that we got that squared away, what's the next step in the process?
Okay, give me your address, Rob. Let's do this. Me and you right now.
5920 Spruce. Go ahead. Come.
Oh
Rob,
shit!
Rob,
calm down, Rob. Come on now, bro.
Come. Rob, you sound like a clown.
Tell he lives in a black neighborhood.
You sound like a fucking clown right now, dude. Do you know that, Rob? You sound like a fucking clown, dude.
Hey, Rob, I like.
Come.
Nah, Rob sounds like a son, man.
I'm gonna buy my plane ticket right now. You goofy ass.
Go ahead, buy your plane ticket. I can't wait to see you, bro. I can't wait to see you.
I can't wait to see you, bro.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, all right, guys. Oh, man.
Hey, you gonna schedule that panel fight? You gonna schedule that?
Hey, man, I'm gonna let them do their thing, man. But listen.
Hey, he gonna be fighting by himself. I ain't worried about no.
Yeah,
what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I know you ain't worried about no white boy. Go ahead, say it. Go ahead. That's what you want to fucking say, right?
No,
That's
it
what
wasn't.
you
A
want
matter
to
of fact,
say,
dude.
right?
As a matter of fact,
it was not.
It was not what I was gonna say.
Hey, Wicked, man, stop talking to him. He's gonna take the English language away from us, and then we ain't gonna be able to communicate.
Yeah, right. Hey, so you can sleep at night. You did do that,
man.
Right?
Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all.
Look, you hear that? What a pussy! You're a pussy.
Hey, but you know what? Wicked though.
I'm a pussy.
Wicked,
okay.
Wicked, you do have the Mayan calendar. You can make him use the Mayan calendar, can't you?
I think so. I think if I was him, I would also relish in the fact that a long time ago that happened, because it seems like he don't have much else going for him right now. So with that said, Rob, hey, I don't know.
We're talking on these amazing machines that my people invented. What, like 50 years ago?
Hey, my people.
So we're still doing amazing things in the world, bro. What the fuck are your people doing?
No doubt. But let me say this to him, Mike, and I'm done fucking with this. But Rob, it seems
like what are your people doing other than moving into my country and mooching off of our fucking system?
It seems, Rob, like I'm doing exceptionally better than you in your country. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Wow.
Damn, that's shots fired.
Rob, don't go out like that, Rob.
Hey, hey,
that's
Chief,
fine.
life is good. And I say it in Spanish too, like, yeah.
I know. Look what a great country my people built. Isn't it wonderful?
Hey, yo, Rob, you go to the
your fucking people couldn't have built this shit.
I don't know, man. They actually are good builders.
Yeah, they are. They hella.
They couldn't build the system, probably. We couldn't do it.
They probably took.
Yeah, I know that. That's why you're so mad. That's why they're flooding up. That's why they're flooding up here by the millions because their country's so great.
That's why he's so mad. They took his job. Well, so some umbrella don't even speak English.
Home,
took his job.
I work from home.
Yeah, but you do know that like a lot of the people that come south of the border are Spanish, which is white, because it's from Europe.
Yeah, conquistadors.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hey,
a lot
Rob,
of the people, a lot of the original,
Hey, Rob,
a lot
believe
of
it or
the
not, we're on
original
the same
people
side, dude. Rob,
died.
me and you on the same side, Rob. Believe it or not, dude. We're on the same side, brother.
Okay.
Well, maybe I stand corrected. I care about this country. I think you care more about Russia last time I talked to you.
Let me
Oh,
read
yeah?
some of these super chats. Hold on. Let me read some of these super
I think we
chats.
need to let.
I served this fucking country. Did you?
Let me read some of these super chats, man. Savage says this dude is passionate. Tell him guilt and compassion will make Gladys stay silent to the abuse. Don't bark at the wrong peeps. LC says I was waiting for this guy to blow up. LOL. Hey,
They
man.
can sense it in me, huh?
This is good for him. This is good for him, man. You know, this is good for
Yeah.
him.
Wicked, stop.
And we're on the same side, Rob. I really believe that, brother.
Product of Cook County says Wicked acts like my uncles. I love it. Okay. And Doug Chunk says, can we please let Brown Sugar talk for a bit? That sexy voice can always soothe the savage beast.
Okay.
All right, man. Let's now. I really want to see what your city's all about, though, Rob. I mean, I'm really interested, man, because I want to see what creates this.
Oh, it's shit. Go ahead, play the video. It's shit.
Northeast Philadelphia neighborhood still rocked after two teenage boys and a 24-year-old man were ambushed and executed coming home from a trip to the mall. Jennifer, police met with the community tonight. Understandably, neighbors just want to know if it's safe.
Yes, they certainly do. Over 100 people showed up to this meeting to meet with police to discuss gun violence and safety in their neighborhood. Some people are so afraid for themselves and their families, they plan on moving out of Mayfair.
A lot of killings. It's been a lot.
People are very angry, frustrated. I mean, it's like a broken wheel.
Emotions are high in Mayfair after Monday's deadly shooting. Philly police say there were over 50 shots fired at Roland and Guilford Streets, and you can see a makeshift memorial left behind for the 3 young people killed and a 4th who was injured.
You're like a moving target anymore coming out of your house. And it's not just in Mayfair. You got to worry about getting robbed. You got to worry about getting carjacked, being shot. And this stuff needs to stop.
Okay, now, Rob, is this what everybody imagines Rob looks like?
Yes.
What if you imagine this is what Rob looks like?
Yes, a younger version, maybe like some brownish reddish hair.
A little
I
chubbier,
don't look
maybe.
shit. I don't look shit like that guy.
A little bit.
Okay, a little more. Often be a little more handsome.
I think Rob is pretty lean and wiry.
But
He looks
Rob,
like Thor, you know, like a god, like you know,
Rob,
Hercules.
you
Wiki
echo this guy's sentiments. This guy is basically saying the same thing Rob says, though. I will give this sounds like a Rob version that on the platform, because Rob is on a different platform. Rob is on Oc Nation News. This guy's on Channel 5 News.
You're like a moving target anymore coming out of your house. And it's not just in Mayfair. You got to worry about getting robbed. You got to worry about getting carjacked, being shot. And this stuff needs to stop.
Members of the Philadelphia command staff held a meeting at Lincoln High School. Over 100 parents, children, educators, and many longtime residents voicing their fears over the increasing violent crime from shootings and robberies
I
to
attended that high
carjackings.
school.
We're putting band-aids on situations that need surgery. We need to start holding these parents accountable for the actions of their offspring.
I said that earlier.
Yep.
I've been saying that.
I'm glad somebody said it.
Salute to Deluxe 247, aka the real MVP, aka Kyle Ripken, coming through once again.
Sarah Caswell is a teacher at Lincoln High School and says everyone is reeling from the violence.
The violence that's happening in this neighborhood has got a lot of kids scared. It has me scared as a parent.
Many who spoke up asking police for answers about the growing crime.
Good people here in this audience who care about their community, and the police care about their community, and we're going to do everything we can to prevent that violence.
And some are now saying time is up. They're getting out of Mayfair while they can.
I plan on leaving in June. The last shooting was too close.
So now this Glatter woman, who's the standard of beauty, and she's the most protected thing on the planet. She's leaving because of Sunmen killing each other. She's not leaving because of some. Now they're carjacking and robbing her, but she's leaving because of the violence of Sunmen who, you know what I'm saying? What part of what Wicked said is not true if this is the case, Rob? And I'm not taking any side. I'm just asking.
I never said I fucking spoke for all gliders. That's why I want to get out of the city because I'm tired of the gliders.
Rob, you missing the point. Go ahead. Is this a little Mingo?
Yeah.
Okay,
Rob, you from Philly?
Yeah.
Bro, you come on, man. Like, I love the gliders.
Come on, man.
Listen, I love the system y'all built, but over the centuries and decades, y'all Savage got turned down, man. Y'all can't compete. Y'all I guess like it's not. Y'all try to figure out everything. Y'all try to figure this shit out with diplomacy, man. Y'all don't got the savagery.
Now, what side of Philly are you from? I'm from
North. I'm from the heart of I'm from the belly of the beast. I'm from North Philly, the heart of North.
What part of North Philly?
16th and Diamond, 16th for Susquehanna.
I used to live up there, 16th and Allegheny, 16th and Lippincott to be exact.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, I used to be up there, man.
Rough. Bro, you know what it takes, dog, and not every glider cut like that, man.
I understand that, but something that y'all need to understand is, I mean, like back in the fucking revolutionary times, like the British had to push us to the fucking brink to make us say, okay, no, we're gonna have a fucking war over this shit. Like, gliders let themselves get pushed real fucking far, way further than y'all. Like, I'll give y'all credit, like, y'all got a real low tolerance for bullshit. And I wish gliders were like that. Gliders, unfortunately, have the capacity to take a little more bullshit, but even we have our breaking point. That's why this country exists in the first place. So I'm telling you, like, and when we get to that breaking point, bro, it's gonna be bad. Because we can actually aim when we shoot.
That ain't gonna be bad. I don't think it's gonna be bad. You guys need to get some cojones, man. I don't mind that shit. This shit is out of control.
I think so too. I think so too. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
But they don't. They usually, like, history has shown that they usually don't grow some cojones until they're literally fucking backed into a corner.
But you know what?
I'm just wired a little bit differently.
But you know what? Like, when the gliders actually do like grow balls and fight back, like, I don't think motherfuckers understand the web that these, like, society, like, I heard y'all talking about communism and all that shit. This shit is just so deep to when y'all fight back, y'all will be painted as the fucking villains. Like this shit is it's a losing game. It's a losing game. Shit is so
but
fucking
the only people.
So they can't
lose. The only people that are painting white people that stand up for themselves as villains are other white people.
And that's my point. And
like
that's
exactly.
Yeah.
But like, the reason why Rob is the way he is because he had to deal with this shit. I guarantee this woman you're looking at probably didn't have to deal with what Rob had to deal with.
Yeah, like, I'm like this because I've been through 30 years of this bullshit.
That's what I mean. Like, and when this woman has no place left to run, she will become more like Rob.
Well, hold on. This woman, she looks like a Philly person.
Nah, but she probably Mayfair, not 16th and Allegheny.
Yeah, she lives in Mayfair. She still lives in Whiteville.
Yeah, Mayfair ain't 16 and Allegheny, man.
But did you hear about what just happened there? Like, I mean, what's been happening?
Yeah, so many of these gliders have been insulated until the last 3 years. They have no idea what's going on in the Sun community because it's just been in those neighborhoods. We don't care about it. It's just in those neighborhoods. All we can control it.
Yeah,
now it's getting out.
That's why
now people are waking up to it.
That's why white people have a hard time talking about race, because a black person will come up to them and be like, well, I had to deal with this. I don't have a hard time because I had to deal with shit, and I tell them the shit I had to deal with, and they're like, oh, well, that's pretty bad too.
The black person is usually lying to you. So
no, I know.
I
know. I understand they're lying. Normally, when black people start arguing with me, I ask them, I'm like, "What's the worst racist thing that happened to you?" And they just like, I don't want to talk about it. I'm like, yeah, because it didn't happen.
Yeah, let me.
You know what I mean? Like, you're just making it up.
Yeah, and you
Remember
know,
that.
and you know what's crazy though. Speaking of that, like I had like when I lived down North Carolina, Dudley, North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? Like that whole school shit was set up on race politics. So like I was in like computer
Greensboro?
class.
Greensboro?
No, I was in Dudley.
Okay.
If you know, I was in Mount Olive.
Okay.
I'm in the fucking backwoods. Long story short, I smacked this white kid, and after that, they fucking had a noose made for me in fucking gym class. Them boys was like that. I was like, oh shit, they ain't get suspended or nothing.
My whole gripe about race relations, period, is that, like, listen, man, like some people are 13% of the population in this country, and if I know for a fact, just from being around Sun people all my life, I know for a fact that if this was a Sun country with a 13% glider population, we would get treated like absolute
motherfucker,
shit.
motherfucker, y'all would be,
And I know
it
it,
would be
and I know
slavery.
it, and yet
Slavery wouldn't went nowhere.
they complain about how we fucking treat them, and it's like, but hold on, y'all would treat us so much fucking worse.
Dude, we wouldn't let you. We wouldn't let you use this shit like this.
We would
I
never
know,
be the slave.
I know. We would be, the gliders would be beasts in the fucking field.
Yeah, definitely.
No bullshit, dog.
There won't be no panel, no YouTube.
It would be no. It'd be a society ruled off of who hit
That's
the
my
hardest.
biggest gripe, is because truly deep down inside, I am a peaceful person. I just want to I genuinely just want to get along with people, man.
Come to Nashville.
This is why I believe in ethno states, because I think racism is, no matter how long we go as a fucking civilization, racism is always going to creep back into the ether. And we just can't live with each other, bro.
Not really. Not really.
No, here's the problem with the.
Let me one at a time.
If we are able to live together peacefully and harmoniously, I don't think we're ready for it at this point. We're not evolved enough.
The accusation of racism is gonna creep in.
Yeah,
always.
but here's
Rob,
the thing. Like,
if
the
we
problem
were
with
13%
the
of the
ethnos.
population,
The problem with the ethno state plan is that what's going to end up happening is, let me ask you something, Rob. Like, have you ever looked at your genealogy? I'm not like accusing you of everything, but are you like Irish or Italian, or like maybe you don't give a shit, maybe you don't know, but that shit will creep back in. So if you So if you got rid of all the black people and all the Hispanic people and the entire country was white, then people will start fighting on Italians and Irish. It was an ethno state. Like, there were like back when Europeans only fought Europeans and Africans only fought Africans and Asians only fought Asians. They hated each other, and they looked at each other just as differently as a black person and a white person does in America right now.
But we've already done that in America. We did that at the time of immigration, of European immigration.
It sounds like Rob's biggest problem.
But don't you think it's more? Don't you think it's way more pronounced when it's
those old drawings they used to have that the eugenists used to draw of the black guy that looks like a monkey, and they said his IQ was low. They compared them to the Irish. They said the Irish were stupid and subhuman. Okay, I know. That would just creep back in.
Let me make my point.
But that would be our problem. That's my point. Is that would be our problem?
But who would be? My question to you, Rob, is when it goes back to that, who is us? Like, we won't see us as white.
Let's
not
go.
This
We've already bypassed that. We already bypassed that.
But
wait.
He's saying is true though.
Who's talking to me right now, though? Who's talking to me right now, though? Hold on. Who was that?
Soul.
New York City Glider or who?
Yeah.
No.
Soul. Yeah. Glider.
Soul.
Yeah.
Where do you what's your neighborhood like?
Now it's a Glider neighborhood, but when I lived in New York, it was all black. It was Hempstead.
But why then do you live in a Glider neighborhood now?
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying.
No. Seriously, no. This question deserves an answer. Why do you now live with gliders?
Is that annoying? Is Amir? Is he not annoying you?
Yeah, but it's
why do you now live with gliders?
Because I live in a safe town now.
Exactly,
No, that's-
right?
Okay.
Hold on, time out.
But
Time
let me
out,
ask you
time out.
something. Like
If
Hell's
gliders
Kitchen, New
were-
York was all
Hey.
Irish, right? Hell's Kitchen, New York was all Irish, and it was violent as shit.
Murders.
Okay.
Murders.
But at least at least I know how to
murders. They
better
were
gauge.
murdering each other.
You like everybody
Not like the
knows how to
Sunmen,
better
though.
gauge their own kind. Like a black man is going to be able to gauge the intention of a black man better than a white man can.
I think Rob is
Let me
Clint
make this point
Eastwood
real
of Gran Torino, man. That's what like he's not racist or anything, but he's like the Clint Eastwood of Gran.
Let me read this. Let me.
Yeah, you
Look,
hit that. You hit that shit on
my
the nose
daughter
with
is
that.
mixed. My daughter is mixed. Like I don't fucking hate people of color.
No, I don't
Like
think you
I'm
do,
just,
man. I don't think you do.
I'm just not gonna sit back and like let. I mean, it's bullshit, man.
Well, where is she going to be in your
make this
ethno
point
state?
real
Hold
quick.
on. Hold on.
Say
hold on.
what?
Let me-
Make this
let
point
me-
real
let
I
me-
said, where is she going to be in your ethno state?
Hey, hold on.
You
Hold on.
or-
I gotta read. Hold on. Let me read this. Let me read this PayPal, man. Please, man. Please. Rob Terrence Caldwell. He says Rob is 100% correct. Wicked is just a person who likes to instigate. No man likes to be disrespected, and we all know that. Cut the shit. All right.
That's
Appreciate
the
you,
question.
boss.
Where would she
Let me
be in the
make a little
ethno
point
state,
real
dude?
quick.
Rob, where would your
Appreciate
daughter be
you,
in the
boss.
ethno state?
If
Where would she
gliders
be in
were
the ethno state,
13% of
Rob?
the population and had to deal with the sun oppression, they would organize and then they would take over the thing. They would
That's
revolt
true.
and they would take
That's
over.
true. That's true.
Because
That is true.
it'd be like the Fremen in Dune.
No,
They
no,
would
that's true.
be
But
strengthened
until
by
you
the-
did that, but Johnny, I get that. You corrected that. But until you did that, we would have you guys living in pens. You wouldn't be able to like if we created some cool shit like this, like we have right now, like let's just say Nintendo. When Nintendo came out, let's just say a black man invented Nintendo. There would be no way white people would be able to even play Nintendo. You wouldn't have the privilege to do that. We would not, and we would never emancipate you guys. You guys would never have the condition of slavery would never progress. Like the condition of a slave in the year 1500 would be the same exact condition of a slave in 2022. You would have made
Like I
no
said, man,
progress in your treatment.
I don't hate black people. Like I don't hate Spanish people. I don't hate nobody. I got black friends too. I got black people in my family. My daughter, like I got my boy Tyru. I would take a bullet for him, man.
Where would
But
she live in your
it's
ethno
like,
state, dude? Where would your daughter live in your
Say
ethno
what?
states? Where would
Well,
your
you know,
daughter live in your fucking
well,
ethno state?
she's pretty fucking woke, so I got a good mind to send her somewhere else. If you want to fucking know, if you fucking demand to know, at least I'm consistent.
There you go. Hey, I do appreciate that anyway.
Hey, Rob, I dig
Hey,
your
but
energy.
I will say, Rob, never start that shit with I got a good black friend. Like that
Yeah.
shit sorry
Yeah.
sound bad.
And let me say one more thing to Rob. Last thing I'm gonna say, Rob, I appreciate where you're coming from.
Go ahead, get the last word, Wicked. Go ahead.
But just watch what you say when you out in the breaks. All right, that's it.
Oh my god.
I don't live in West Philly or nothing.
Okay.
You know, it's cool.
No, but when you're out and about, make sure that you yes
drop
sir, no
it.
sir, all
Leave
these
it
motherfuckers.
alone, man. Leave it alone.
Drop
You're
it.
picking
Yeah,
at
Wicked, come on,
babe,
man.
I'm just being honest, and that's it. Period.
One
She
for
sounds
Wicked,
good. I
two
don't
for Rob.
I'm
I don't
just being
disagree with Rob,
being
but
honest
this is how
too.
he feels.
I walk around this neighborhood with my long ass blonde ass
And do you
hair,
say that?
and I wear a fucking
Do you
suit.
say
I
all the
wear a
shit you
fucking
just said here,
suit
though?
too.
Do you say all the shit you just said here, though? Do you walk
Wicked,
like you
drop
talk?
it.
Do you walk like you
If
talk?
somebody wants to fucking ask me, yeah, I will.
Okay.
We need a survey. One for
And
Wicked, two for
I
Rob.
do have these conversations with my neighbors. If you need to know, yeah, I got neighbors. I talk to my neighbors.
I say one thing: Philly has a different.
We got
energy,
twos.
that's for sure. People from Philly have a different energy.
Yeah, they got different energy, man.
I see that the brothers
Yeah,
are
yeah, yeah.
doing what
That's
they
the
do over there.
Yeah, Philly, man. We got the best energy,
Philly's a
man.
different kind of world, man. It's like its
You
own
said the
little
best
world.
energy? Did you just
Yeah,
say the
man.
best energy? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, look at
Getting-
Rob, man. He representing, man.
We're getting more
He
twos in the
letting his
chat.
nuts hang, man. Yeah, Rob.
I mean, think about Builder. I mean, he's going into these slum apartments there where the police don't even go. I mean, Philly people are different.
I drove a school bus for 5 years. I never had a fucking single fucking white kid on my bus. I used to drive for SEPTA. I drove all over. Really, dude.
Yeah, man.
I
I used
drove.
to work
I
for
used to
SEPTA
drive.
too, man.
I used to drive. Yeah, I used to
How
drive
many
the
times you got
23 and the
called dickhead?
56 and all that shit.
Yo, chill.
Say what? Oh, fucking every day. Every day.
Listen. He drove the 23. I want you to know the 23 is one of the most hoodest buses, especially like if you're going through Germantown. That bus is terrible. The 23 and the 3 is probably like the worst buses in the city. It's probably a couple
And the
more.
57 and the 47 and the 56. Yeah, I drove all that shit. I drove out of Midvale.
Oh yeah.
Hit the YouTube poll. Pause.
So let's see what's going on with this Philly situation.
The last shooting was too close to home, and I have a 20-year-old daughter, so being that they were very young, it's kind of scary.
Police were also asked about the quadruple shooting, and so far they can only share that it was a targeted shooting. And Sheba and Jason, with no arrest made, police say if you have any information, please come forward.
No arrest made, man. That's got to be terrifying for people.
They shot them guys and then they ran them over. That shit was brutal. You gotta look at that shit on Rumble. That was hardcore.
Oh, you got the video?
Yeah, man, I got that shit on Reddit.
Oh shit! I gotta see that video, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, go to Philly Wiki on Reddit, man. That shit on there. Clear as that.
Reddit?
Philly Wiki.
Hey, can you
Wiki.
post a link in the private chat here?
All right, hold on. Let me try to see if I can go grab that, John. I'll be back.
Yeah, man. Wow.
Yeah, I tried to tell one of my liberal fucking glider friends. I said, just you, because he sticks up for all the BLM shit too. And I'm like, just you wait, dude. It's gonna start bleeding into your neighborhood. He lives about maybe a quarter mile down the road from where that happened.
Wow.
My homie, I've been preaching about like the hood and the some man behavior for the better part like 3 years. And everybody called me crazy, called me an Uncle Tom, and all my family members come back like, man, you was right. These niggas out of control.
Mm-hmm.
And once I sent that video to my one friend, like he was like, he apologized to me, man. He was like, that shit scared him.
Yeah, well, we got a sister in here in Philadelphia that's gotten in a little bit of trouble, man.
Now to breaking developments in an NBC 10 exclusive. A Philadelphia woman is about to get out of jail after a case of mistaken identity put her behind bars for the last week. Julie Hudson lives here in Philadelphia, but she was arrested for a crime that happened hundreds of miles away in Webster, Texas. Her family reached out to us when they couldn't get her released, and now she's just hours from getting back her freedom. NBC 10's Leah Uko with her story.
Guess what, Grandma? What? They releasing her right now. Tonight.
Sharon Hudson and her family say they have lost sleep, time, and money since last week, making calls after calls to authorities in Webster, Texas, and here in Philadelphia following the arrest of her younger sister, Julie.
Her demeanor was distraught and traumatized.
This all stems from a shoplifting incident at a sports store in a Houston suburb back in May. Webster police identified a suspect named Julie Hudson. They say a surveillance picture of the suspect looked similar to social media images found of Julie Hudson in Philadelphia, convincing them she was the culprit. They were wrong.
Did look to multiple different people, not just within our agency, but also with the district attorney's office.
The 31-year-old PhD student discovered she had a criminal record after getting denied a job. So she went to Philadelphia Police Station to ask about it and was arrested on January 5th. Since then, Her sister Sharon says they have been working to get her out. Harris County District Attorney's Office in Texas filed a motion to dismiss the charges on Tuesday, citing insufficient evidence. It stated the DA's office dismissed.
So do y'all think she really not the woman? Or you think it's just because they're saying that she's real. That's
really
not her.
not the woman if she's never been in Houston.
Yeah, that's
if
not her.
She's been in Houston.
That's
maybe.
not her. So she gets out. Good for that woman, man. And now black people get to say, see, look, it happens all the time. That's why most black people in jail, because it's just like this. So
80% of black folks are only in jail because of shit like this.
Yeah, that's the sad part
It's
about
all
it.
racist. They just hate our hair texture, man. That's all it is.
Let's go.
Hey yo, Rob, you from Philly, right?
Yes, sir.
Yo, you remember the kid of Mean Hurst, the 16-year-old serial killer?
Yes, I remember him.
Yeah.
Yo, they offered that boy 20 years for his crimes.
Wow.
Wow.
I also
man.
He better take
Democrat raw shitholes, dude. Ugh.
He better take that. He the one who killed that comedian. He killed the dude coming out of jail.
Yeah, they offered him 20 years for that.
Wow, they get a kid 20. He better
don't
take it.
get how the
See, my man, and hey, yo, but who runs Philly? Who runs Philly?
Sons.
Exactly.
I don't get how the sister gets on their radar. So clearing social media randomly saying, "Oh, that's the person." There had to have been some sort of connection. She had to have been there somehow in the area, at least.
I get like Sons run Philly, but who put Sons in position to run Philly?
Yeah, I know.
That's all I'm saying, man. Like I get it works both ways.
Yeah,
but then again, some people are the majority of Philly, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
David Miller says, "Did you know the ACE2 receptor of the COVID virus targets Africans and Asians?" No, I gotta look into that. I didn't know that. Gotta look into that. LC says, "Wicked is one of my favorites here. One of the few people I like to hear daily." Okay, so Wicked, you got a little support, man. Let me look at this poll, man.
The Burrito vote is being
I'm a huge
suppressed.
fan of Wicked. Wicked is fucking hilarious.
Oh, he getting murdered in that poll, though, man.
The vote's being suppressed for Umbritos because they don't got IDs.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know what I think it is? What was the numbers on the poll? What is it?
It's a low turnout, man.
Yeah, it's low turnout.
But you know what I think though, Chief? If the Gliders don't mind me saying, I mean, I hate everybody, right? But I think the Umbritos they don't really gravitate towards this, racism. We wouldn't hurt a fly. Right? So the Gliders are here. They're gonna bag Rob, because Rob is obviously a peak glider,
Now, Wicked,
wow.
I like Rob though. I
pulling a race car, Wicked. You going?
It sounds like
of course.
No, Rob. I like you, dude. I'm not being sarcastic, dude. I hope that you understand that. Like again, I said it before. We're on the same side, Rob. I hope you understand.
Rob's
that.
a rocket racist.
But again, you need to understand that I've been going through this my whole life, and I'm telling you that folks with extra melanin in their skin, they like subconsciously just disrespect us glider men, and they it just happens all the time. I get it. You're probably really used to glider men not standing up to you, but that's not me, boss.
Rob, you gotta understand. Let me say
he was a bus driver.
You gotta understand. I've been dealing with the brothers as well. All right, so I get what you're saying, bro.
Wicked.
That's cool.
He was a bus driver. He deals with hundreds of them.
Weren't you a CO?
I mean,
you don't got to talk about his profession.
Yeah, have you heard about me?
That's what I'm saying. Like he wants, like Wicked. You want to act like I haven't been around some folks my entire life, bro. You're telling me shit that I already know, bro.
I'm not acting that way, Rob, at all. I'm gonna say one last time for you, Rob. We're on the same side, brother. That's all I keep saying it.
Okay,
we're on
let
the
me
same
say
side,
something
dude.
here. very
Because I'm here
good
for the same reason you are. I'm here for the
Exactly.
same reason you are. It's
I've
not
been
because
saying
I
that,
hate POCs. It's
but I've been
because
saying
I
that.
hate kids getting killed.
I've
I
been
hate
saying
kids
that.
and
So,
elderly people, vulnerable people getting killed, and it's mostly the Sun folks doing it.
so we're on the same side then.
Hey, Rob, let me say real quick. Wicked is very good at finding a pinch point and pushing on it until somebody reveals their true nature. And it's
Yeah, I know he is, and I'm not saying I did. Look, hey, Wicked, you're actually one of my favorite panelists. I like you. I honestly do. But like every man has his breaking point, and there's a certain way that I don't like to be talked to, and it just
I
happens
never
to be a
disrespected
certain
you,
way
dude.
that
I
that's
never
fine. That's
disrespected
fine.
you.
That's fine. That's fine. I didn't say you disrespected me. I said there's a certain way I don't like being talked to.
I think
Okay, like
Rob,
you, like
Rob.
like when you're implying I gotta be afraid. Oh, I get why you're scared. Well, why? What? Because I'm a glider?
Rob, let me show you this, man. This may be what Wicked is talking about here. This type of behavior right here may be kind of what I think our friend is talking about here.
Our amigo.
Just got robbed on 42nd Street. So let me get your chain. If you got any money in your pocket, let me get it. Just be cool. Don't act like nothing. Just take the chain off from me real quick. Take it off. Take it off.
Yeah, I'll fucking shoot that guy.
Money. Cell phone.
He's getting a knee in his balls. He's getting punched in his mouth.
What the sound? What? How I got?
And they can fuck me up. That's fine, but I'm not gonna give it up.
Alright, just be cool. You can go back to your buddies now. You know what I'm saying? Don't scream or nothing like that. Alright? Just be easy. Alright, my nigga, be easy, yo. This little documentary called I Just Got Robbed on 42nd Street. So let me get your chain.
So the kid thinks they're down 42nd Street. This is back in like the 2000s, and he's down there acting like he's doing a documentary, but really, he brought the white kid over, thinking he was going to speak on camera about something, but then he robbed.
Yeah, but that's because white boys that dress like that, and I'm not saying every single one, but more often than not, white boys that dress like that are fucking bitches.
Yep.
Like
that
this
kid ain't
dude,
from New
this
York.
Dude,
that
like,
kid ain't from New York.
This dude wouldn't have the balls to do that shit to some Hell's Angel or some shit like that.
No,
he's preying on a weak person.
Hold on. That's not even the dangerous. The white guy that you got to look out for is the white guy with a fucking with cargo shorts, Oakley glasses, and like a polo shirt with no logo on it. Because those the motherfuckers will be having the guns and shit and all that. Those be the off-duty cops.
A gun is one thing, but knowing how to use it, and that's
this guy is a little poser.
Yeah, but what he's saying is he had the attire of
it. I'm talking about the ball. Like what white guy's gonna pull on this guy right there? Now this guy's obviously got a gun. There's a gun produced somewhere. Either the cameraman's holding the gun.
Ain't no gun produced. Ain't no gun produced.
You think it's strong arm? Yeah, this is strong arm.
That's fucking strong arm.
The gun. Well, the gun is implied. The gun is implied. Yeah, this is strong arm. I agree with you. I agree with you on the strong arm.
Yeah, it could be listen, white people be scared of an ass whooping. It could be no gun implied.
Yeah,
white boy right there probably just he'll sock the shit out of me.
Well, it's already 2 against 1 too. You got a cameraman and a guy that's acting like a kid.
No, but this is Times Square. Hold on. This is Times Square. Have you ever been to Times Square? It's teeming with people. He's doing this in the middle of Times Square at night. Like this is teeming with people. He could scream right now and everything will be over. But anyway, man, salute to LC. LC says he gets the votes, but you bring the money. Oh, he's talking about Rob gets the votes, but Wicked brings the dollars. Okay. Yeah, salute to Wicked. Wicked's still getting his ass kicked, man. I mean, yeah, it's not looking good for Wicked on that poll, man. But
minor setback made you come back, Chief.
Hey, I voted for you, bro. Don't worry. I stick up for you, man. I'll stick up for you. You're from the land, bro. I gotta vote for you, bro.
What poll are you talking about? I'm on the StreamYard, so I don't see no poll. What the fuck?
It's on the YouTube. It's on the YouTube.
Yeah, no, I'm on StreamYard. I'm on a phone. Like I can't look at YouTube right now. What the hell is the poll?
There's a poll. I said, ask the people who are they riding with, and 64% say Rob, and 36% say Wicked.
I like my odds.
People are riding with you. People are riding with Rob over Wicked on this one, man. Salute to everybody.
Put the money on Rob then. That's all I'm gonna say, Chief. Put the money on Rob.
Salute to everybody riding with Rob, man. Rob is the new king, man. Rob is the Rob. Salute to Rob, man. Wicked is old news, man. Wicked out of here, man. Let me show y'all this. This is.
Nah, it ain't like that, man. Wicked's a mainstay, man. That's all right.
Nah, man, it's over for Wicked. Hey, let me. This is an NFL football player. I mean, a guy who's made $1 gazillion in the NFL on a plane full of gliders.
Sir, are you able to get up? Can you get up, please? You okay? Yeah. What's wrong? The airline's called for you, sir. I don't know what it is. You good?
How you doing, bud?
On Brito Cup.
Not that you've been unresponsive, but they're trying to get to command suites.
He's probably on a deep sleep. You know where you're at, sir?
Anything?
He's probably tired.
Okay.
He looks good to me.
Careful.
No shit. Where's his pants?
Oh,
Sure. Where's the baby's pants?
What do you mean?
You only got his underwear. Yeah.
Yeah, they're on.
Are they on now?
Yeah. So they weren't on before? No.
Okay. Go back, Frank.
Okay.
Go back.
Go back? We're good.
Yes. Yeah? We're good? Okay.
Cool.
You know how many times you've shaken him to put his seatbelt on and he
Listen,
spot?
if you don't want them to fly, that's a decision that you guys are going to have to make. That's, you tell the captain, and then we'll get them out. But that's something that you guys got to make.
Multiple times, multiple people. Hey, sir, put your seatbelt on. All we're getting is this.
This is a 5-hour flight.
Yeah, this is 5 hours.
Then that's up to you guys.
Yeah,
That's up to you guys. But medically, if he doesn't want us to check him out, I can't. And I don't really say anything wrong. He might be tired or have taken a long trip and doesn't want to follow orders. That's a whole other animal.
He told her he just came from a club.
Yeah.
Okay, I get that. He's tired.
And he's taking like this, and he's not even responding to put on the seatbelt.
He just responded to know where he's at. He knows where he's at, exactly where he's flying.
And he had pants on when he came on. He doesn't have pants on now.
His pants are on now.
His pants are on.
Well, he had shorts on. Had to wear.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do whatever you decide.
If you want, we'll stand by out here because I don't know what's going to. Right. I don't know what you want us to do as far as fire rescue.
He's mad at us because we called you. I said we're worried about you.
That's fine. You guys are doing your job.
He's going to go deteriorate once we get in the air. So he's all embarrassed.
Don't worry.
What do you think about that? Her what this glider woman says, thinking forward. Because some people rarely think forward. She's only thinking one step ahead. She's not like thinking really far. She's only thinking one step ahead. But what do you think about her forward thought right there? That what happens if he deteriorates, like as far as his behavior, which is already like, marginal. What if it deteriorates once they're in the air?
There's nothing wrong with that. In the middle of
I think it's out. It's not like it's out of.
If he ODs in the middle of flight, has a medical emergency.
Yeah. It's not like it's out of fear.
What can they do?
It's not like it's out of fear because.
You think they're reasonable? You think these people are reasonable? These flight attendants?
I mean, it sounds reasonable right now.
Oh yeah.
It became reasonable once he took off his pants.
Exactly.
What the fuck you got your pants off for, dog?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
You know he doesn't want to come on.
He does not want to come out?
No, it's coming to the next.
Okay. Advise the sergeant to come here.
Motor 70's on the
He
way.
needs to come off.
We're going to have to deport everybody.
First class.
Damn, they gotta take everybody off the plane just to get this guy out.
Because the one guy that took his pants off.
So if he would have just gotten off, everybody wouldn't have to get off. But because he's being a jackass about it, everybody all these gliders have to get off the fucking plane, and he gives two shits about that.
Yeah, he drove.
Talk to him, big dog. Look at me all you want.
Hey,
he drove, but Mama Cedar could have. Come on, man.
Hey, are they just concerned that they aren't like forward thinking? They aren't able to get him to put his seatbelt on like by force. So that's that way. Is that way they had to call the cops to talk to check him out?
They tried to wake him up and he wouldn't wake up. First off, he would not respond to the flight crew trying to wake him up to tell him to put his seatbelt on.
And they have to do that before they leave.
You have to put your seatbelt on before you leave.
So this guy might be. They're thinking. I guarantee they're thinking.
We're fucked
fentanyl.
if Marcy doesn't get this.
Or he's so drunk he's passed out.
Hey Rob, you guys are fucked if Marcy doesn't understand.
Look, I haven't been on a plane. I haven't been on a plane over 30 years.
You're fucked.
I haven't been on a plane over 30 years, so I have to add that.
I ain't never been on a plane, Mossy, but you could look at this shit and be like, hey, something ain't right. I don't know if I want him on here.
Yeah, per safety regulations, they have to have everybody buckled in before they start to take off.
Yeah, you have to be buckled up to before you take off, because once you're climbing, it could be turbulence or something like that, and you got to have your seatbelt on so that you can stay in your seat.
And it's recommended you have your pants on
emergency
too.
landing, you have to be able to be belted in, because if they go flying across there, they could hit somebody else and cause damage.
What I was thinking was, well, no one could just buckle him up while he's out.
Oh, no, he had his pants off. He had his pants off.
That's not their job. They don't go buckle you up.
Okay, all right.
Hey,
now,
Mayo.
and also think about it this way. Now, if he's passed out and an emergency happens, somebody's got to haul his big ass out the plane.
Well, not even that, Mayo. This is what I wanted to ask you. All right, so like your blood level changes as you're rising in elevation. If it's this dude's already on shit or wasted, then
his oxygen level could drop when they get up to altitude.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it could not only cause a medical condition for him, or it could cause him to act out. So, like, let's just say he starts acting like our friend Patrice Culler's cousin at fucking 38,000 feet. I mean,
that ain't no little dude.
Problem, man.
Yeah, that'd be scary. That's
and there's only like 2 or 3 air marshals on every plane, I think.
Right.
No, they're all down the border right now.
Yeah. And he's going after Glider senior citizen for looking at him now. This guy right here.
Papa. All right, let me stand up.
He's arguing with a senior. Could you imagine a white NFL player like going at it with a black senior citizen in the same game? Goddamn.
Hey, not even that, man. Like, you know how many of those
Tom Brady himself would get traded the fucking next day.
Yep.
Well, he's not on the team, so he kind of bulletproof. I mean, he was already bulletproof.
No, but I'm talking about like he's still Odell Beckham, and it's like he's making the plane, he's causing the plane because of his behavior, right or wrong, and now he's basically talking shit to a white senior citizen.
It's a dickhead, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see him before he even like got all the way up. He's on his phone.
The only person I appreciate your but that's just you don't have to talk to him. Everything wrong with the world. Looking at me to get off a plane for you. I would never, ever in my life get off the plane for you. Specifically you. Maybe everybody else. I would get off the plane. That shit don't mean nothing to me. Ain't no way you could look at me. Ever.
Guys,
Oh my god.
You gonna wait 40 minutes, and I'm gonna be on a private plane home.
Man, hey,
Yeah, I will.
What a dick.
Get your ass off the plane for a second. Yeah, I bet.
What a dick.
Enjoy the cheese board on the way home.
not for nothing, man. I take a swing at him, let him beat my ass, but I'm gonna fucking take a good swing and knock that fucking nigga in his face. Especially it's my first time flying some shit. You know how hard I gotta work, the hours I have to put in to get on this fucking flight. I'm gonna take a swing at this motherfucker. I don't care who the fuck it is.
Salute to Larry Sadler, man. Larry S, man. Salute to him, man. I just think that it's just beneath him. This is unbecoming of a guy who's made $1 gazillion in the league, a guy who's got all type of endorsement, a guy who at one time was the face of the league. To just be on a plane.
He's committing a federal crime right now.
Yeah.
And he's talking about getting a private flight after they all get kicked off the plane. Well, why the fuck didn't you do that in the first place, hotshot?
Exactly.
He's poor shaming them.
That's a damn good point.
He's
Bro, this
poor
man's a
shaming them.
millionaire. You should be like flying like a private jet or some shit. What the fuck are you doing on this flight?
This is just. But if you go on any of the sites, the black people, it's almost 95% support for him. What he's done. If you go on the comment sections of any of the thing, I would say 90 to 95% support. And it's like that's what I'm talking about. I think that's what people are talking about, Rob. Like, you guys don't understand. Like, the zeitgeist is against you. The energy is against you. Like, this is an old man who's not saying anything, who's just having to get off of his plane because of nothing of his own doing. And he's being fucking threatened and berated by an NFL superstar. And no one is saying, hey, leave him alone. No one's saying, hey, man, leave the guy alone, man. He's a senior, man. No one can even tell this black guy that because he's black.
Man, fuck
Bro,
that
that's why
shit,
I
man.
fucking can't stand gliders too. I fucking hate everybody. That's why I can't stand gliders. Look, all the races have their own problems. This is one of the gliders' problems. Is we're too nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have to warn my glider friends all the time, like, man, yo, don't be giving random fucking strange black people fucking rides and shit. Man.
Because in the glider mind, the way the glider mind works is we just think like, oh, if I'm just nice and kind to this person, they will return that same respect. We're the only ones that think that way. We're the only ones. Everybody else sees that as weakness, and that's okay. That's okay. White people haven't hit critical mass yet.
That couldn't have always been the case.
On that plane, and
That's
my
not-
flight
that's
got
not
canceled
always-
because of him.
I don't think so, bro.
That's not always the case.
No,
Yeah.
it's just that white people have been told their entire lives the same thing black people have been told by the school system.
Exactly.
Which is that white people are racist.
Yep.
That's why white people
If
think
I was
that
on
way.
that
Trust
flight-
me.
Just brainwashed like the other
White
side,
people,
bro.
Europeans may have been responsible for ending slavery across most of the world, but they did practice it for a very long period of time. It's not as if they came upon.
But far less
still in
longer.
Africa, yes or no?
Far
Is there
far,
slavery
far
still
less
in
longer
Africa,
than
yes or no?
Africans did.
No. I'm not arguing that white people didn't, and you're not listening to what I'm saying. There's slavery in Africa.
The difference is other people still do it now. We ended it 200 years ago.
Right, other people stopped doing it
That's
mostly
the
because
difference.
Europe conquered the world. That's the real only reason slavery ended almost anywhere, mostly due to the British, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. But what I'm trying to what I'm trying to explain to you is that the reason white people and black people are told this is so that people keep voting Democrat. It's basically what it's all about.
I get that.
It goes.
I get that.
beyond
Trust me.
It's a whole Marxism, like the whole school system and everything. How history is told is for everybody to
See,
hate
what
America.
these black people don't understand is that once they get a point where elections don't matter anymore, which seems like it might be coming up pretty soon, they're not. Once the black people aren't leveraging the Democratic Party, the Democrats just go back to lynching them like they used to 100 years ago.
Yeah, they're gonna be cast aside once again.
They're going to be cast aside.
And they don't
That's
get
what
it. They don't get
They
it.
don't understand that, and most of them don't even know why they're voting Democrat. They just do it.
Yep.
You understand what I mean? So that's why this old white man can't say anything, and people are all on the black dude's side. It's conditioning.
Yeah.
It's not like white people are like that. These white people are not afraid of backlash from black people. They're afraid they're going to lose their job because they will. There's real threats out there. It's not like, well, if you just stand up for yourself, everything's going to be fine. You're just a wuss. You know, it's like you lose your job, you lose everything.
In what other culture did they devise the rights that we have? Like, in what other culture said, you know what, this whole slavery thing is wrong. We should stop doing it, not just for ourselves, but around the world.
Well,
for
I
the
will
betterment
say,
of mankind.
I will say,
who else
I
did
will
that?
say this. I will say this. It is true that the Japanese ended it in Japan for a brief period of time, enslaving other Japanese people, and the Muslims did. Some countries say that you couldn't enslave other Muslims, which is exactly why most of North Africa is Muslim, because they started conquering the shit out of them, enslaving them, and then they said, well, if they're a practicing Muslim, you can't enslave them, and the Christians started doing that too. So people have ended slavery per se, but the emancipation on the widest scale was in Europe and spread from the British mostly, yes. So there are other areas where it's been done at a different. Like slavery hasn't been legal in actual Britain since the 1500s to other British. Like, you couldn't enslave another British person or somebody. Like, there are other instances, but the worldwide stomping out of slavery was the British. Yes, it was mostly the British.
Yes, but yes, I look, I agree with you on all that. But as I said before, the big difference is that nowadays, when we have Netflix and blue jeans and light beer and cell phones and satellites in the sky, other people still do. Like, slavery is still an accepted practice in other parts of the world.
Yeah, especially in the Middle East. In the Middle East, it's like, yeah, that's the difference here. But in I will say Japan is pretty westernized now. Like, they don't.
Yeah, Japan, the same ones that we had to drop 2 nukes on, right?
Right.
Yeah, they're so much better than us, right?
Well, I mean, the Nazis were European.
Yeah, and we fucked them up too, didn't we?
Right, but they're white.
Well, Russians did too.
And the Russians are white too, and
there's a clear distinction between different races in Africa. Like, there's definitely different races in Africa, even though they all look black. But for some reason, I'm lumped in with Russians.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
You're making this general. Like I said, like only white people are looked at in this generalized fashion. Like, oh well, we're the same thing as the Germans. Well, then why did we fuck them up in a war then?
But that's what I was talking about with the ethno state. All that shit's gonna come back. You're already talking about it right now.
But you know. Yeah, but at least you can better deal with your own kind.
Yeah, but the Nazis were just exterminating people like 80 years ago.
Yeah, no, that's
okay.
You're gonna have atrocities and hatred.
And they were doing a racial thing too. They were exterminating a fucking other race.
But
Jewish people are mostly white.
Yeah. But they were also killing just people they didn't like people who undesirables. So if you were disabled, you were killed.
Yeah.
If you were,
but that happened.
If you had the wrong color, if you had the wrong color eyes, if you had the wrong color hair, if you had too many freckles and shit,
what it comes down to is you're dealing with
priests that actually believed in Christianity instead of the state. You were as well.
They were status.
Yeah. Also remember that new German citizens in the United States, born in Germany with family in Germany, volunteered for the army to go over and fight them.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the Germans are bad. I'm not saying anybody's particularly bad. I'm just saying that this idea that there's a pure group of people that has done no wrong, like what you're taught in school is that white people do all the bad stuff.
That's the thing. I never said there's a pure group of people that did nothing wrong.
Right.
I'm saying that I think it would be more beneficial to all of the races, not just the gliders. I think it would be more beneficial to the some people too if they could just be on their own.
I understand what you're saying.
That's what I believe, man. Hey, that's what I believe.
But you
Rob,
just
That's what I
complained
believe,
about people
man.
comparing you to a Russian and saying you're not a Russian.
Yeah.
Hold
And
up.
they're
Hey,
I'm
white.
not.
So you understand what I'm saying?
They
Like
got
it's
their
always
own.
going to come
But
back.
Rob,
hey, but guess what though? The Russians, when you go to Russia, what is over 90% of their population
Yeah,
composed
we get
of?
it. Russia,
It's
we get it.
composed of
Russia,
Russians, right?
Russians. Yeah.
Rob,
Like everybody else gets to have their own country except for the American white male.
Rob, your concern is more so about culture. It's not necessarily
Yeah.
about race.
Right.
Yeah.
I tell you, I
Culture.
can tell you right now, if there was such an ethno state that would exist, and you put all black people in like in one area, they're gonna someone like myself, and I'm gonna face a whole lot of hell because I'm not like what the stereotypical black person is. I'm a
Same
black
here.
conservative. I'm a
Yeah,
black
No,
same
conservative.
I
here.
understand that.
So
What,
it's
I
you
just
get
understand,
that.
like,
I get that.
hold on,
But
what I'm
maybe,
saying is,
but maybe,
what I'm saying is
perhaps
the
that's
battle.
what it takes.
No, what I'm saying
Perhaps
is,
that's what it takes for a
no,
man like
right.
you to rise to the top.
no,
but Rob, you're even
And
saying
you could make
a man like
changes.
no, a man like me would have to be a tyrant. I
yeah.
don't want to be a tyrant.
You would get exiled. You would get exiled, bro.
Right.
Yeah, I would
You would
get
get
exiled.
exiled.
I would either
Hey,
get,
Rob,
I would either get
man, we'll be
exiled or I have to
enslaved,
be
man.
a
Don't do
tyrant
that to
because
us, Rob. Don't
But
kick us out of heaven, Rob.
and you also one more thing you have to understand, like the difference between the culture, like, and this is even more recent with white people, like the differences between the cultures in the North and the South. Like a lot of white people back in the 1800s or earlier, when they went to the South, they were like, these white people are fucked up. Like they don't want to work. They're fucking lazy. Like there was just an entirely different culture in the South.
yeah. So that's what
And they
The
wrote
white
about
people
that
in
shit.
the South.
yeah.
The white
Yeah.
people in the South worked their fucking asses off. Actually, there was actually very few
Dude,
white people that owned
It
slaves.
was
But there
it
was a
was
lot
it
more
was
poverty
very
in the South
yeah.
than in the North
Yeah.
Yeah, I
among
mean,
white people.
but
Like
you,
that's why, like
yeah, but
mostly the white.
you can also look at that through the eyes of a person from the South that's saying, "Hey, look at this war of northern aggression." Like, there's two sides to every coin, man.
Yeah,
Right,
but
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that that this ethno state, there's still a lot of different ways white people act. They're not all a monolith. And you're going to come into
Okay.
those problems. If you come into an ethno
Well,
state, it's going to be like,
Yeah,
that guy
but
talks like a
we've
redneck.
well, then
but
that's
that
our
ethno
problem,
state
then, isn't it?
existed in the 20s, 30s, and 40s.
Who the fuck
And
got
guess
on
what?
a
It
ski
didn't work
mask
out well
and a
for
hat
anybody.
down there? Who is that?
Hey, yeah,
Is
who
that
is
Wicked?
it?
Who do you think it is?
Is that Wicked?
Is
Fuck
it?
no.
With the ski mask on?
Dave, is that you?
Pooh Shiesty mask. Pooh Shiesty mask.
Hey, look, honestly, I think you guys are having a great conversation, and it's got me thinking too. But man, you guys have to let each other speak. It's like one person yelling over the other person. Like at this point, I just want the rest of the video to play.
I
Oh
apologize.
yeah. Play the video, man. We went down a rabbit hole.
I mean, good. No. I think it was glad that you guys talked about it, but like, damn, like
You could blame me. It's my fault. Blame the glider, man. I'm sorry.
shit.
Well done.
Oh, so I think I'll go on the phone.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I don't want to live in no some man society, man. Fuck
Yeah,
that shit.
yeah.
Fuck
same here,
that
man.
shit. Don't
Yeah.
connect me to that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man,
but you
like,
see,
it's
yeah,
not
but
the only thing we
you
can
gotta
do. Hey, Rob,
try to see. This is the point: is you gotta try to see where I'm coming from. Where
I hear
all
you,
my
bro.
life,
I hear you, bro.
90% of the black people have complained about living around me, but they refuse to live in anywhere that's run by their own people. You gotta understand how frustrating that is for me.
I
Hey,
understand.
imagine how we feel as being conservatives.
Yeah.
I guarantee you,
bro,
I guarantee you,
our
Rob.
life as black conservatives is hell. It's hell, bro. Nobody understands you. It's maddening. It's maddening, yo. It's maddening.
That's why I say it's ultimately is culture. Even if you get this ethno state, it's the culture. It's the culture has to be the same. And again, if I would either be exiled or I'd be a tyrant because I wouldn't put up with anyone trying to do whatever they want with me or people or other people. Knowing some people,
culture doesn't. But culture doesn't make the people. The people make their culture.
Culture does make the people, and culture makes the people. Like the
culture
people are the culture, and culture makes the people. It's the same thing. It goes hand in hand.
And the culture is the thing that carries over generations. So
Yeah.
So like I said, I'd have to be. If I had to be in an ethno state with a bunch of some people, I had to be a tyrant because as I said, I'm not gonna deal with these people with the way that with their behavior and not let it go unchecked.
But like how like a black guy, like the stereotypical black guy acts. Like I said, that didn't come from Africa. Those guys lived among Southern whites, and Southern whites that were poor because they were slaves, and they picked up that none of that shit came from Africa. You don't go to Africa and see.
Yeah. Like the vernacular and the way they talk and all, but I'm talking about like the mindless way they just run around killing. Yeah, that does predate Europeans' contact with Africa.
Yeah, but that
does.
mindless way the mindless way they go around killing, and the fact that they don't have all these kids out of marriage is fairly recent. They used to be like. Marriage rates were as high as whites back in the 1920s.
No, dude, no. No. When the Europeans came across the Africans, they practiced polygamy. Like they had fucking hundreds of wives.
I'm not talking about the Africans. I'm talking about like people talk about the way there's fatherless homes that are causing these problems. Those fatherless homes didn't exist 80, 90 years ago. You can look at the census data. They had the same marriage rates as white. Talk to really old black people. When I say old, I mean 90s or 100 at this point, because time goes on. Like they had households.
They stayed together. They stayed together more often back then. Everybody did.
And this wasn't like you can make an argument that there was possibly more violence, but it wasn't as bad as it is now.
Though, that phenomenon is affecting all races. Okay, like because plenty of fucking white people are getting divorced too, and there's a lot of fatherless white homes. Trust me, I know. I grew up in one of those fatherless white homes.
Yeah.
But the point is even though we're all like fatherless and poor and shit, living in trailer parks, we still don't go out and do drive-bys and shit like that. Like this isn't an everyday thing with us. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a clear-cut difference in behavior that you're trying to explain away with things the white man did.
Right, because
I'm not accepting that. That's bullshit.
Yeah, because you're not being told every day of your life that you're oppressed and all your problems come from some guy that you don't
I'm just told every single day that I'm a racist, hateful piece of shit, and I have all this privilege.
Now
even though I live in West Philly.
What I'm saying is,
that's what I've been told all my life, dude.
I know.
So are you saying
what's your point?
Are you saying that black people commit the crime is because they're told, because of something that they're told?
No, black people commit crime. I'm saying is because of the culture, but I'm saying the reason why
they
act the way they do.
The people make their culture,
right? But
not
all
the
this
other way
violent
around.
crime that is the way it is now wasn't the way it was 90, 100 years ago when there were two parents.
But yes, it was. We read news articles on this channel that shows that it was. Like, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah. But there are. Okay, so you have a news article about a murder. There's gonna be murder all the time.
No, we have hundreds.
We have hundreds of them, dude. Hundreds. It's not like this stuff isn't well documented.
What I'm saying is, look at the way. Like I'm saying, you have to look at other groups. Look at the way the Irish used to act. That's why they call it. But that's why they call it the paddy wagon, because they were always arrested.
Hey, I try and talk, man.
Yeah, man. But what I'm saying is, man. Yeah, I mean, like, God damn, he just going like, God damn, man.
And the Irish didn't regress.
What he fails to recognize, man. What he fails to recognize is that you didn't have the proliferation of guns. You had segregation. You had poor stat keeping. Stat keeping was abysmal back then. You know what I'm saying? As far as guns, crimes, and just crimes in general. You didn't have the internet. You didn't have even the 6 o'clock news. You didn't have telephones when he's talking about these black families were intact. All those guys had two families. Even the guys from the 40s and 50s, my grandparents' age, all those guys had families on the other side of town. That literally, like I'm talking about 7 kids with some other woman. He spends 2 days of the week over there. He spends 5 days of the week over here with this family, and everybody knows, but they keep a face. the kids don't know each other, but the moms know about each other, and the people in the neighborhood know about it, but the kids don't know each other from each different family. There's a lot of families are like that from that era where everyone supposedly stayed together and was a family unit. And cheating was rampant back in those days too, because it was very hard to catch people cheating. There was no cell phones, no Tinder, no fucking computers, no cameras and shit like that. The camera with the thing you had to hold still and poof, that was all they had back in those days. So if he's doing something that I hear a lot of black people do. He's championing a time in a period in time when black folk was released from slavery, and there was a high achievement for a certain period of time, and then a regression to the mean almost after like 20 or 30 years of vast regression to the mean. And that period that they're hanging their hat on, people like Soul, was probably 30 years. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even in they're acting as if it was oh up into the 60s. Even in the 60s, black families black communities were very dangerous. We did the Claude Brown video, if y'all remember that. The guy Claude Brown from Harlem, he was talking to the white guy getting interviewed, and he was talking about how how rough it was in Harlem, how some people killing each other, stepping over each other's bodies in the streets.
I remember him mentioning the on the plantations, the different slave quarters would have like, their own internal conflicts. It'd be
Yeah, exactly.
back to the axis.
Mr. Walker's plantation was rivals with Mr. Simon's plantation. The black folk do not act the way they do because of anything other than DNA.
So
Okay,
gang culture was always there, pretty much, in some different form.
yeah, gang culture has always been there with the tribes, and this is the biggest part that people forget too, and because it's in plain sight. But the best way to hide something is in plain sight. They were kidnapping each other and selling each other into slavery. That's the part that people that's hiding in plain sight. That's the fucking ounce of weed that's sitting on the fucking desk in the living room when your probation officer pops up unannounced. It's the fact that they kidnapped each other and sold each other into slavery. That's how they got here. Because you're looking at African Americans as some kind of group that is like, billions of years old. No, if you're talking about the black people from the early 1900s that were these great people, many of them were kidnapped from Africa in the 1840s and the 1850s or the 1830s and brought over here by other black people. So if you'll fucking kidnap your neighbor and sell them into a fucking life of servitude, into a long lost land that you know nothing about, that's a wicked person right there, man. And the fact that that was done in mass, and it was so bad that in Ghana they still have a fucking saying, never when you visiting a neighbor, never sit with your back to the door. Okay, because that was the thing back in the day. People would invite people over for dinner, and then when they would come over for dinner, they would have the slave catchers come and kidnap them, and the slave catchers would give them a cut. They would pay them off. People were doing that to their neighbors, to their friends, to their cousins, to their relatives.
Hey,
You're talking about savagery.
do you think? I know there's a point that gets brought up a lot when people worry about like Republicans getting power. There's that narrative of slavery coming back, which I never been worried about that. But I did some mind. I put a little mind game around that, and I thought, let's say it were to happen, who you think would be the first group to who actually try to enslave other people?
As far as
first
what?
Juice Crew.
You said Juice
Like
Crew?
Juice Crew?
I didn't hear what you said.
Juice Crew. In my honest opinion, they would do it in some kind of shady, highly intelligent, sneaky way. But yeah, I guarantee you, they'd be the first ones to try.
I think
What do you
if
mean
you,
try?
I think if you,
They're
if
doing
Oh
it.
yeah, they're already doing it.
no, I think black people would be the first ones to enslave other black people. I think black people would slave black people before anybody else because here's the thing you have to understand: the only reason we're not doing a lot of things. Hold on, let me get you out of here again. So, you know, a lot of noise. The only reason we're not doing a lot of things, only reason black people aren't doing a lot of things that we saw in when I used to do Negroes from Negro Land. The only reason we're not doing a lot of those things is because it's illegal.
I had to ask
These
myself. I had to
those
ask
things are
myself.
illegal.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like we're being restrained by law. We're being restrained by order. We're being restrained by the whole European conglomerate, the whole society. We're being restrained mightily. What you're seeing is just us, what we're doing within the restraints of this stuff.
It's an Afrocentric mind within a Eurocentric construct.
Yeah, we're being restrained. Go ahead, man.
I asked myself, like, if I had the power to actually own a slave, would I do it? And being honest with myself, I would, but it would be under the condition that I would actually be teaching that person to be independent. Because I personally couldn't hold anyone like in chattel slavery. But if I did have to have someone under my charge like that, I said, well, I need to get them to be independent.
That's an apprentice.
I suppose, you know, like I said, because I wouldn't want to be in that situation and be, you know, and be stuck there for the rest of my life. I would try to find.
If I was going to
there's a
rape
way
a
out.
woman, I'd try to make sure she came. You know, what I'm saying, come on, Monty. That stuff turns that all that altruism that you're talking about.
Yeah.
That shit lasts about 5 minutes when you have total power, because absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's what the slave master has over the slave.
Yeah, but it would turn my stomach.
To be honest, man, slavery today, like knowing what I know now, obviously, like I don't want a slave because I wouldn't want to be a slave. So therefore, I wouldn't have a slave today.
We're not even
If
that,
we're
man.
talking about, but there's always people that like, oh, I would have never done that back then. Man, shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Back then, you had no idea what you would have done back then because it was totally different.
Exactly.
People forget you got to take care of a slave too.
Yeah.
It's not
Right.
free. You got to take care.
I mean, you technically already, not technically, but like you still got some like form of slavery in like a lot of black urban communities, and like especially over here, it's obvious. It's just called pimping.
Yeah,
all those chicks become like not only do they become dependent on the
Or
dudes.
drug addicts.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole point though. They get addicted to the drugs, and then on top of that, not only do they become kind of emotionally invested with these dudes. I mean, mind you, they're looking for protection as well.
Yeah.
And they're getting their ass beat by a lot of these pimps, bro. That's how they keep
don't
them
know no
around,
better.
too. That exact, but then they're a slave in their mind to that, just like how slaves were back.
Yeah, that's all they know. That's all they know. That mentality. Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I mentioned Juice Crew first, because they would be the ones to real quick, like they're smart and they're very shrewd. They're gonna jump on that and they're gonna figure out some really, really intelligent, conniving way to enslave people to where you don't even notice it. You know, kind of like now.
Yeah, yeah, but listen, man, this whole thing that like somehow there's something that could be done about, you know, the Sun Man behavior. It is being done. It's the framework of this society. Let us. I've tried my best. I've gone to St. Kitts. We've gone to Haiti. going to Jamaica, we're going to South Africa, we're going to Nigeria, we're going to all these places, man. Where there's less white oversight, and there's open sewers. The you know what I'm saying? The roads are dirt roads. The kids eating dirt cookies. It's without gliders, we would definitely quickly descend back into basically caveman state. And here's the kicker: we would be fine.
Oh, yeah, look at the rail system in Africa. Look at the rail system in
Yeah.
Africa and what happened to it.
We would be fine though. It wouldn't be like we would be miserable in that state. We would be fine in that state because that's the state where we evolved to. We didn't evolve past that state, so we would be fine in that state. We would be fine. Black people would be fine living in huts and living on a savannah and living in the weather and living outside and things like that, not having all these accoutrements. We would be fine. We wouldn't want for nothing. After a few generations, we wouldn't even know America. We would have forgotten about America after a few generations.
The saddest part is if I'm really being real, y'all are capable of so much more. But if left alone, that's what it would devolve to. And
Yeah, left alone. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about within the framework. Yeah, I'm not talking about in the framework of another society. I'm talking about left alone, where you have leadership that's son. Like, because you got to understand too, a lot of this would be the leadership. If the leadership would be son, so now think about it. You have a son man ruling. You have son. All the leaders are son. All of them would be sons. None of them would be son women. Very few of them would be son. You may have a son woman every once in a while become the queen through somebody dying or some weird circumstance, but the majority of the time it would be a son man in charge of others of whatever son people were in his village or in his area. And that person would have grown up around sons, and he would be an expert in son behavior, son rationale, son mentality. He would know that there's only one way to govern sons, and that's what brute force, firm, consistent punishment, brutality when necessary, which would be often, and with definitely caste system. You have to keep certain people down, and you wouldn't have jails because there would be no rehabilitation. So criminals would either be flogged within an inch of their life the first offense and killed on the second offense, or just killed on the first offense. So I mean, it would be brutal, but those people would be fine. They would be fine in that type of environment. A son team would go rob somebody, steal somebody's goat. They catch him. The Chiefs guards would catch him. They torture him in front of the whole tribe, burn him alive, and everyone would go to bed that night and wake up the next morning as if nothing happened.
Hey, yo, Ak, I'm gonna say something real quick. I'm gonna jump off, man. But I remember one time you said you first started noticing this kind of stuff watching football. And I played a little bit of football when I was a kid, and I played quarterback. And that was when I first started seeing it too. Is that like, because for real, man, like I used to look at the other quarterback and like I was jealous as shit of him, man, because like he was a black dude, and man, he was fast as shit. He could throw the ball far as shit. He could throw these tight ass spirals and shit. He was good. He was a monster. And I'd be standing there watching him on the sideline, and he would just be throwing into fucking double coverage and triple coverage every time. And I'm sitting there like, yo, like what to me is the easiest part of the game, which is reading the defense, is like the fucking hardest thing in the world to him. And I
Yeah.
just kept thinking to myself, dude, like, yo, this dude would be the next fucking Joe Montana if he wasn't so fucking stupid.
But check this out, Rob. Rob, there have been 56 Super Bowls. 2 have been won by black quarterbacks.
2 have been won by black quarterbacks. I
But
know.
if you want, if you want to say, okay, well, black quarterbacks were discriminated against for no reason, for the better part, right? So you want to take the last 22 years since Michael Vick.
Yeah, that's all I did. That's all I really count too. I only count the last 20 years because I understand. Okay, brothers were kept out of the league. I get it. It's cool.
No,
I get it.
They were kept out of the league. They were kept out of that position. They weren't kept out.
They were kept out of that position and shit. I understand. Like, and I'll take that L. I'll take that L. But it's like, damn, like
if you take the last 22
years,
as
you. Yeah, as physically capable as y'all are, y'all should be able to just be winning Super Bowl after Super Bowl after Super Bowl, MVP after MVP after MVP.
But only one black quarterback has won a Super Bowl in those last 22 years since Michael Vick was drafted number 1 and got $100 million contract. That's the turning point, I would say. So one black quarterback has won a Super Bowl in those 22 years, and that's Russell Wilson in 2013. So like you got a 45-year-old white quarterback out here who's still winning Super Bowls.
Exactly.
And people would take what you said about reading defenses and they would call you racist for saying that.
I know that. I know.
But the data is overwhelming that Sunmen just are not good at reading defenses. Because here's the thing, every black quarterback runs. Their best trait is running. Almost every black quarterback. Their best trait, their best skill is running. Almost all of them.
And that's cool. Like, I have no problem with that. Do what you're good at. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, if that's what you're good at, do what you're good at.
Right? Those guys are fine running around. You notice the black quarterbacks, they run the ball all the time and they rarely get hurt. Running.
Except for Donovan McNabb.
Is that because looking at the defense requires abstract thought?
Yes, you have to know. You have to spatial. It's also spatial.
You have to make predictions based on the patterns that you see, and some people just ain't good at that as a collective.
No, we're not good at spatial. We're not good at spatial orientation either, because spatial orientation is seeing things as how they would be. Things you can't see.
Yeah, seeing things before they happen.
I just had a thought when I was at the range with my uncle on my wife's side, and he was shooting, and he could never figure out why he was missing. So I said, let me check out your gun, and found out his sights were off. But before I figured that out, I fired, and I was all the way off to the right. I said, that's strange. So let me but with years of practice, I learned how to orient the gun to make up for that misdirection. I was off to the left. And I slightly adjusted again, and I was hitting the center. Then I was able to figure out, your sights are messed up. But he'd been shooting a gun for years. He never figured it out.
Yeah, because that's abstract. That's abstract. The sight. See, here's the thing: the sight is the sight, right? It's actually a physical thing, but what it represents is abstract. It's like the reason black people never had written language is because. Yes, they had sound, like they talked and but the letter N representing that sound, in O representing O and N and O together saying no, that's something we just could never come up with ourselves because it's not there. It's in the mind. N is only in your mind. N does not exist in real life. O doesn't exist in real life. O only exists inside of the mind.
Which is why
it's an abstract concept.
Which is why communication is so important.
Yeah, we don't get that. We cannot do abstract. So anything that's abstract, whether it be a site, whether it be language, whether it be anything that's just not there, we don't do well with. Now, here's the kicker. There's a lot of admixture in the black population in America. Halle Berry's black. Sean King's black. I'm black. Everybody's black over here. Everybody black in America, right?
Yeah.
So now you take the test scores and you take certain things. Rosa Parks black, the first black woman get on the bus, and then Rosa Parks is black. This one's black. Fucking what's the girl? Haley, whatever the fuck her name. She's black, and
Haley
Alicia
Bailey.
Keys is black. Haley, all these people are black. Everybody's black. Kamala Harris is black. Da, 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 da. So now you have a black population with a lot of admixture from other groups, whether it be Mongoloids or Europe or Caucasians. So this group right here, this African American group, is a conglomerate. It's not an authentic black group. It's kind of like the Ethiopians, where it's a black hybrid group. So you can't take the fucking achievements or the test scores or the behaviors of this group and extrapolate it across to other authentically African groups where the admixture is less. So you may see a black person be a mathematician whiz or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Or some mulatto dude, you know what I'm saying, be a scientist or something like this. And even some regular blacks come up and be great people within the framework of the European society. But then you remove all that, and then everybody's 100% black. So you remove the Europeans, and you remove the Europeans from the gene pool, from the bloodstream, from the DNA. And you're going to have people that live and act a certain way, and they're not going to be fucking building things. They're not going to be manipulating their land. They're not going to be manipulating their environment. They're not going to be making dams. They're not going to be making aqueducts. They're not going to be clearing forests. They're not going to be filling in puddles with dirt so that mosquitoes don't live there. They won't be boiling water so that pathogens don't make them sick. They'll just be living literally like a caveman, and they'll be fine. I promise you, they'll be fine.
Hey, I think those who are capable of abstract. I think abstract thought is like the ability to see into the future. I think those who are capable of abstract thought will have a difficulty living in the conditions that you just said. At least I know I would. It would drive me nuts. And
Here's the thing: you would be labeled a witch, and you would be killed. You running around with a bunch of abstract thoughts in 100% black area, unmolested by European blood or European or Asian blood or Hispanic blood, just a bunch of black folk somewhere living the way they living with their rituals and their stuff, and you come talking about all these abstract thoughts. People, they would kill you.
Don't feel bad, Mossy.
No, I'm laughing.
Don't feel bad, Mossy. Because in an old school European colony, I do sleight of hand magic, so they would have burned me at the stake for being a witch, man. Don't worry about it.
The Europeans did a lot of that. The Europeans had
a lot of it.
They had witches. They had a fear of that. But here's the thing, though. They had both. Europeans had a lot of fucking degeneracy before this age, before the industrial age, and they had a lot of fucking cruelty and a lot of fucking savagery. But they had a mix. They had
call them the Dark Ages for nothing.
They had a mix. Africa, we don't have that mix. We wouldn't have that mix. We wouldn't have an enlightenment. How would you have an enlightenment without a written language? You would need a written language to record things, to remember. Think about it. You would have to record things just to remember them, just to accurately remember them, just to, you know what I'm saying? You need math, you need science. You can't have that without without a written language, without a script.
Yeah, imagine having a culture on a based on a 400-year-old game of telephone.
Well, that's why I'm so thankful.
I lost me.
That's why I'm so thankful to have been born in this time, born in this country. In
this time. Yeah, exactly. You're
I wouldn't
blessing.
want to
And
hear
just
it away.
enjoy it. And just enjoy it. Don't run around talking about racism and police brutality and shit. Because you're dimming your blessing. Your blessing is in just the fact that you're not running through the jungle with a bone in your nose. In a you know what I'm saying? And somebody they chasing you to fucking tie you down and fucking rip your heart out for the sun god or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
I honestly think the people who do that currently, they actually would prefer that lifestyle, since especially the ones who hearken so much back to slavery. I think they actually would want to live, because they must think they belong in that, in that environment.
Well, they need order.
The thing they don't realize, if they weren't marketable as slaves to the West, they would have been killed.
Exactly. And that's what happened.
They would have just wound up slaughtered in a pit.
Right.
That's what happened when the slave traders brought the slaves to the coast. The ones that were too skinny or too frail or lame or club foot, cleft lip or whatever, and the Europeans didn't take them, they were killed on the spot. You weren't killed a day later. You weren't killed 5 minutes later. When the Europeans said they didn't want you, they immediately cut your head off. The African slave trade immediately cut your head off.
Right. Plus, they were treated better in North America than pretty much anywhere else, that they would have been transferred.
Definitely.
If they were transferred to South, if they were transferred to South America, they would have been worked to death. If they remained in Africa, they would have been killed. If they were transferred up north to the Middle East, they would have died most likely on the way, and also and also been castrated definitely, because like if you look at America, the one thing unique about it is during the transatlantic slave trade, you actually have a lot of blacks that are here. Only 5% came to the north.
Yeah,
because they were allowed to have families and stuff like that. Like they talk about, like it's funny when they talk about separation of families. Like first of all, that would have happened to them either way. Like once you became a slave in Africa, you were separated from your family. You understand what I mean? Like and the people that, like, if the slaves had a crystal ball, if not slaves, the Africans had a crystal ball that were going to become slaves and could see the future, they would find the whitest motherfuckers and say, I want to be that guy's slave.
Yeah, exactly.
They would have been like, I want to go with this guy because I'm not going with the Muslims. I'm not going down to South America with the Spanish. I'm going with the guy that looks like George Washington in the powdered wig.
Yeah, you're going with the guy who has what do you call it? What's the word? Compassion or altruism. Who believes in equality to some degree. You know what I'm saying? You're going with that guy. Yeah.
And I don't want to get too far in the woods because it's not really a religious conversation, but a lot of that stuff did come out of religion, like the anti-slavery stuff, even in this country, came out of Christianity first, before it was adopted by many other people, which is probably why, America.
Well, to have a religion, you have to have a text. You have to have a written.
No, I understand
text.
that.
You have to have you also have to have abstract thought, because the God is not there. He's not right there. And then the principles are not right there. Like law is abstract, which is the first laws were religious laws. That's abstract.
Yeah.
You gotta understand, some people, we wouldn't have none of this shit. We wouldn't have none of this.
And even with the Muslims, it took the British and the threat from the British to get them to finally end slavery in the Ottoman Empire.
Very much so. Yes, but But I will say that, like, throughout history, different cultures from Asia through to Europe were at different stages of, technological advancement. The Europeans benefited greatly from trade too, which is why,
definitely.
They had, like, the Africans were very much segregated from the rest of the world in South Africa, like below
Exactly.
sub-Saharan too. Like, you couldn't
Yeah.
get there.
Exactly.
Very
Well, here's
easily.
the thing. Here's the thing about the Africans. They're also the break with the Africans will fuck this up happened eons ago. So when we mated with that ghost species, I don't know what they call it, Denisovians. No, seriously, it's no joke, man.
No, I'm not. I'm just laughing. I'm not believing you.
Yeah, no, I heard of the Denisovians too. Yeah.
Yeah, because the Europeans made it with Neanderthals, and the Asians they
Yeah.
also made it with Neanderthals too.
And I think the Africans were more like Australopithecus.
Yeah, we
I
made
think.
it with.
I don't quote me on that, but
I don't think Neanderthals were like stupid like people think they were. I don't think they
No,
were that.
no, but that's not my
No,
point.
it's been
I'm
proven
just
they
saying,
had they had tools and everything. Yeah, like
Right.
it's been proven they had tools. They were way more intelligent than first thought.
But the species we mated with, was basically not was not a species that was productive that had those things, and that set us back from the jump. So we've been set back from that point on, and being slavery has helped us because it's given us the other genes. We got Neanderthal blood now through the white man, through the Asian man. We getting that Neanderthal blood in our bloodstream now. So like slavery has done some good things for black people.
Can I ask you a question?
Hey, well, I'm just gonna say real quick, man. Hey, Ox, thank you for having me on the panel, man. I'm honored and privileged, bro. Keep on doing the work that you do. I love you, man. Thank you to the panel for tolerating me tonight.
You good, man. You good.
I love y'all. I love y'all. I respect y'all. Keep on doing what you do. God bless y'all. I wish y'all all the best in the world.
Man, peace out, man. Everybody, man. Peace out. Have a good night,
out, man.
All right.
God bless.